Chair tongue. We're live. When you are ready, simmer everybody down. Let's get this party started. And for everybody in the room, please bear with us as we're trying something new. We're live streaming on YouTube instead of Facebook today, and we're experimenting with this fancy-looking webcam. So if I could make sure the cross chatter, especially near my colleague Courtney, is as low as possible, I'd appreciate it. I'm really glad to see so many of you here to care about the Democratic Party. And with that, I'm going to shut up and let my boss take the floor.
Do we have some Wi-Fi?
I emailed it to all of you.
You got everything y'all need?
Got everything I need. Thank you.
What about Tim?
United Players, thank you to West Bay. Working with us to make this new thing we're doing. Moving on the road or down on the road.
Rudy, hey, just tell y'all this, so y'all standing back here. If y'all donate more money, we'll get a bigger room. So we can have all y'all fit sit down.
Always be organized.
Get comfortable.
We like that. morning, members of the public. My name is Nancy Tung. I'm the chair of the San Francisco Democratic Party, and I am so excited to see all of you here. This is the April meeting of the San Francisco Democratic County Central Committee. It is Wednesday, April 23rd, 2025, and we're getting started right about 6:45 in the evening. This is the first of our On the Move initiative to bring the Democratic Party to the people. So we're moving from neighborhood to neighborhood, and for our first event, I'm really excited to see so many people here. So we will start with number one, a call to order and roll call. So I'll turn it over to Director Chen for that.
Roll call. Starting, Akbar.
Present.
Akbar present. Elliot Appear.
Here.
Elliot Appear present. Avalos.
Presente.
Avalos present. Kalamuchi.
Here.
Kalamuchi present. Chan.
Present.
Chan present. Chandler.
Here.
Chandler present. Chan is here. Coles. Coles.
She's on her way.
Okay, anticipated. Dorsey.
Present.
Dorsey present. Galata. Galata. Proxy.
Present by proxy.
Okay, Proxy. Avalos. Gupta.
Here.
Gupta present. Hare.
Present.
Hare present. Ho.
Here.
Ho present. Kim.
Present by proxy.
Present. Proxy. Sid Simpson. Kingsbury.
Present.
Present. Lai.
Present.
Lai present. Mahmood.
Present by proxy.
Proxy. Emma Hare. Mar.
Present by proxy.
Proxy. Leah Fra. Win.
Present by proxy.
Proxy. Is it Joshua? Thank you. Philhauer.
Present.
Present. Sam Girardi.
Present by proxy.
Proxy Marjan Philhauer. Two.
Here.
Two present. Tung.
Here.
Tung present. Ex officios. Pelosi.
Present.
Present. Yes. Mullen.
Present by proxy.
Proxy Galisatis. Kounalakis. Proxy. I'll ask your name later. Yes. Okay, thank you. Ma.
Present by proxy.
Proxy. Yes. Thank you. Cohen.
Present by proxy.
Proxy. Singer. Wiener.
Present by proxy.
Proxy. Andrews. Haney.
Present by proxy.
Proxy Gallardo. Stephanie. Proxy Calvin. Chair Tung, you have a quorum.
Thank you.
Director Chen, you can call the proxy.
Oh my goodness.
I forgot that. That's an oversight on mine.
She's not a member.
Yeah, it's a point confirmed language.
Yes, Chair Tung, over to you.
I will note that Josh Arce is present. He is falling under item number 5 in the agenda. We do have an item in order to approve the agenda, adding it to the agenda. It is currently item number 16, which is member Haney and Dorsey's resolution supporting recovery inclusive homeless services that requires a 3/4 vote to be added to the agenda. I will say that it was my error that it was not added onto the 10-day agenda. So I'm asking for each of you to vote yes to add it to tonight's agenda so that we can consider it. Also, in deference to member Dorsey, who it was my mistake on this, I'd like to move it up to right after officer report so that we can consider it. So I ask for that amendment. May we have a motion?
So moved.
So moved by member Chandler, is there a second, please?
Second.
Second by member Alioto Pure. All those, can we take this acclamation without exception? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions? So the meeting agenda is approved. Moving on to item number 3, approval of the meeting minutes. This is approval for the March 26, 2025 meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes from March of 2026? So moved by member Dorsey. Is there a second? Second by member Marr, by proxy. Can we take this without objection? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so the meeting minutes from March are approved. Now we are also taking the presentation from West Bay Filipino Multi-Service Center. At this time, can I have the representative come forward so that we can acknowledge you and thank you for offering your space to us tonight?
Absolutely.
There you go.
Welcome everyone, good evening. This is West Bay, and as small and tight as it might seem right now, surprisingly enough, just a year and a half ago, we were across the street in a 1,200 square foot room. And so welcome to West Bay. My name is Carla Laurel. I'm the director here. We've been an organization that I'm sure many of you know. I'm seeing so many familiar faces that have been allies of ours, been a part of our community for many years, including Andrew over here, Andrew's son back in the day. We've been around since 1968, predominantly serving recent Filipino immigrant families. As the neighborhood has changed in the South of Market, it's been our priority to make sure that we're serving all at-risk and underserved community members, mainly wraparound services for youth, their families, and for seniors. And so we just welcome you here. We're so grateful to be hosting you. As I shared a year and a half ago, we were able to open up our doors here. And I can proudly say after a campaign that started before the pandemic, we fully own and purchased this building and we're able to renovate it so it belongs to the community. I just want to take the time to acknowledge, because I feel it on my heart, even seeing Andrew's son here. Before, one of our former executive directors at our old building, his name was Ed Dela Cruz, and many of you guys might have known him. He was the executive director in the 90s, and the building across the street where we had a 1,200 square foot space is an affordable housing building that he helped advocate for. That at the time we were able to do it this way. 90% of the families that live in there are Filipino families that have been in this neighborhood, and they continue to be. And so even before him, and in his partnerships, we had Anita Sanchez too, who helped found West Bay by understanding the importance of bringing together different organizations. She started off even helping as an aide for Art Agnos, became assistant for, at the time, Mayor Dianne Feinstein, but really made sure, how do we make sure the Filipino community gets funding? And it comes hand in hand with working with everybody. It comes hand in hand with making sure you have a seat at the table. And so I'm very grateful to host you guys. This is really surreal because I'm used to seeing this room filled with 200 kids. And they all fit because, they go on the floor too. So to see it in this way too, that was always the intention of the building. This is a community space. I hope you all feel welcome here. I hope you enjoy your meeting. I know tomorrow too, we're very excited. If you come out tomorrow, the event that you're hosting in partnership also with United Playas is the Fentanyl March. This neighborhood has some of the highest rates of members that are unhoused, but also drug use. And so these are things that our kids see every day with our only public school, Bessie Carmichael, with the highest rate of homeless students. We're doing a march and our kids are gonna be there as well against fentanyl, just to really come in solidarity with everybody, that we wanna make sure that our community deserves better and that we make sure that we find a solution. And so if you are free, come join us tomorrow. We're meeting at 1044 Howard at United Playas' new headquarters. The kids are going to be there. You guys are going to be there, hopefully, as sponsors of the event as well. And again, just thank you for being here. Don't be a stranger. Like I said, this is a community space, and it's always intended for everyone to be a part of this. And so The march is at 4 p.m. So 4 p.m., 1044 Howard. Come join us. You'll get to see the beautiful faces that are part of this community that don't often get seen or represented. But yes, I appreciate you all. Have a wonderful meeting, and thank you for being here.
Thank you so much to West Bay again for having us here and reminding us about as part of our On the Move initiative, we are not only having our meeting in the neighborhoods, but we're also doing events and supporting the March Against Fentanyl. I wanted to say specifically about this that the San Francisco Democratic Party stands with recovery community, families, and small business owners for a common sense drug policy in San Francisco. We believe that public safety is a fundamental right. We passed that resolution back in April of last year. And at the core of securing that right in neighborhoods affected by the fentanyl trade, we must address the epidemic and public safety issues head on. And I do know that Member Avalos had some a point of clarification or something that you wanted to say about the March on Against Fentanyl.
Absolutely, yeah. I really
We have people on YouTube.
great. So I wanted to actually. I saw an announcement about the march, and I was actually really excited when I first looked at it at first blush that we were taking. The Democratic Party is taking such a strong stand on fentanyl and is joining community members in a neighborhood that's hugely impacted by that. And I actually think that if I'm trying to figure out if I want to have time out of my day, can take time I did tomorrow to be able to participate. But I had a concern about a statement that was made about the march, and one of the intentions was that we would actually that the judges in San Francisco are too lenient, and they're not saying that they weren't following the law. And actually, I come from a youth development perspective. I come from work in Coleman Advocates for Children and Youth, working alongside members of this community. I work at the San Francisco Conservation Corps. I work with a lot of young people who actually are over-patrolled by the police department, and often don't get the best, shake from judges for what they get involved in or what they're said to be involved in. So I also am really concerned that at a time when our nation is really relying on the judges that will protect the rule of law, due process, and our constitutional and civil rights, that I don't think it makes a lot of sense for the Democratic Party to have its name behind questioning judges when we need them so much. There are a lot of things that we need to be able to address in the fentanyl crisis. A lot of it is ensuring that we have better lives for families that don't break families, and we don't create the traumas that plague our communities that result in the use of fentanyl and other drugs. There's education, there's schooling, there's housing that all contribute to that. Judges are not the problem, and we should not, as the Democratic Party, be singling out judges when we need them to hold the line on civil and human rights in this country. We have Donald Trump, who is rapidly taking away our human rights and is denying the resources in San Francisco for us to house people, for us to give treatment to our people who need it, and to actually say that we're going after the judges is actually running counter to what we need to be doing. We need to be uniting with this community as we're doing tomorrow to make sure that we can get rid of the plague, the scourge of fentanyl and other drug use in this city, in this country, and in this neighborhood. And we need to be uniting the party around how do we protect all of our communities that are being harmed right now with the threat of deportation, with the threat of their housing being taken away, with their Medicaid being taken away. All of these are more of the problems that contribute to the misery that leads to fentanyl use. And I think as a party, the best way we can unite to protect this neighborhood is that we actually protect the judges and make sure that they have the resources in our communities so they don't have to make bad decisions or difficult decisions about what sentencing should be. We should make sure that people have access to treatment and that we have access to family unification and ways to turn their lives around, and not actually looking at an incarceral rate that is already plaguing working class communities in San Francisco like this one over the years. So I just wanted to my concern about statements that were made about how the Democratic Party wants to actually, go after judges when judges are holding the line for us on our civil and human rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Alvarez. So I just want to make clear that I did speak to the author of the newsletter that sent out a statement. There was not a direct attribution to the party about a particular statement or position, although there were some general comments that followed, the people who are sponsors to this march tomorrow. And I appreciate Member Avalos very much for bringing this to my attention. And let me just state that the Democratic Party has not taken a position on what the judges are doing in San Francisco with respect to the fentanyl cases or anything else specifically in the criminal courthouse. That we do have judges' races that come before us for endorsement, and we have not taken a position on any races that might come before the party in subsequent elections, either in a primary of 2026 or in a general election 2026. So we have not taken a position on any of those. And I do thank you very much, Member Avalos, for that. I mean, as a lawyer myself, due process obviously is something that I care about very deeply, and especially when it comes to issues around criminal law. So thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so we have general public comment, which is item number 4. And before we start general public comment, I want to say that I know many of our sisters and brothers in organized labor are here tonight. And on behalf of the party, I would like to thank you for being here. Part of our initiative is to listen to people and to hear what Democrats in the city want and feel and believe. And so I thank you for spending part of your time with us tonight. Many of you are here because of reports that the party may consider a resolution regarding the Healthcare Security Ordinance, also known as the HCSO. I see that many of you have signs regarding healthcare. And there is no such resolution on tonight's agenda. And I'm grateful to those of you who took the time to sit down and talk with me and members of the DCCC about how important this ordinance is to organized labor. I will let you know that I am also a member of organized labor. I'm a Teamster. I organized my prior workplace as Teamsters, and so organized labor is very dear to my heart. I had an aunt who was a hotel worker, and she did not have the benefit of a labor union. And so to organized labor and everyone who participates and leads those organizations, I thank you for what you do, because you are truly working for working people. There is no Democratic Party without organized labor, and I commit that we will not agendize a resolution around the HCSO unless and until the Labor Committee Chair and I have sat down with the Labor Council to explore a consensus approach to the future of this ordinance. With that, we can open up public comment. Again, I want to remind people, and I say this before every meeting since we have passed our recent policy on code of conduct, sexual harassment, and sexual assault, that not only does the California Democratic Party have its own code of conduct, which we have adopted, but additionally, we have adopted our own set of policies specific to the San Francisco County Central Committee pertaining to the curbing of sexual assault and harassment here within our own party. The expected behavior here is that we're committed to providing a welcoming, friendly, respectful, safe, supportive, and harassment-free environment for members, employees, and all others associated with the party, including members of the public that attend our meetings. We have expectations about behavior that people will abide by if they come to the meetings. All individuals should feel welcome and safe within any event or meeting that the San Francisco Democratic Party has, regardless of their sex, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, pregnancy or reproductive status, race, color, ethnicity, national origin, ancestry, religion, caste, creed, age, disability, health status, marital status, military or veteran status, body size, physical appearance, domestic violence victim status, social or economic status, or any legally protected classification or characteristic. The party will not tolerate harassment and prohibits the creation of hostile conditions that is disrespectful or unprofessional conduct based on any of the aforementioned categories. The manner of any such prohibited behavior includes verbal conduct, whether spoken or written, such as slurs, jokes, insults, remarks, epithets, teasing, yelling foul or profane language, emails, posters, leaflets, internet posting, slander, etc. Visual conduct, such as the wearing, posting, or distributing offensive symbols, pictures, cartoons, drawings, and computer displays, leering gestures, libel, etc. And physical conduct, such as gestures, blocking someone's way intentionally, assault, invading someone's space, unwelcome touching, and this applies not only to in-person public comment, but written public comment as well. I will continue to remind the public and this body of these expectations at every meeting, as this is an important component of how we maintain respect for one another and our overall public decorum. And because we are on the move, and this is the first of our on the move series open to the public, I am going to extend public comment to anyone who would like to speak and offer 2 minutes to each person who would like to speak. So, Executive Director Esfandiari, could you begin public comment, please?
All right, here we go, folks. Bear with me. We're tight. All right. Public comment is normally limited to 1 hour total, but at the call of the chair, it is going to be limited to whoever wants to give comment until the slips are gone. If you would like to make a public comment, please fill out a comment card available over there. Where is my good friend Ernesto of the SF Young Dems? Wave frantically, Ernesto. There you are. He has the comment cards, and he'll be running them over to me, so please get one from him if you would like to give public comment. Please note that this, I will call speakers in the order I receive comment cards. Please note that this body takes all public comment during this item. Each member of the public will have 2 minutes to address this committee. Associate members, including club presidents or chairs, members of the Democratic State Central Committee, Assembly District chairs, and regional directors will have 4 minutes to address this committee. And please indicate if you are a member of that and invoke that privilege, so we know that. I will keep time with my phone and hold up a page that says time when your time has elapsed. I will also hold up a page that says 30 seconds when you have 30 seconds left. And please keep in mind, I'm over here in this corner, right? And then I am going to ask that folks, as I call you, that you head over towards the opposite corner where Member Dorsey, please wave. You're gonna want to go over there, and let's bring that mic over towards you. Great. So you're gonna wrap around this column here and go line up there. You can either take the mic out of the stand, or maybe ask somebody to give their seat if you need a seat. Great. Without further ado, I have the first batch of names. Kim Taviglione, followed by Mike Casey, and then Henry Karnilowicz.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Henry Kondilowitz. I'm the president of the South Market Business Association, and an issue rose up a second ago about our march tomorrow. Let me tell you this: that as a small business owner, we are very concerned about what's happening with the abuse of drugs, and particularly with the fentanyl, where just 5 to 7 grains of salt can be fatal. The SFPD has made numerous arrests of fentanyl dealers, and while the district attorney prosecutes them, some judges impose minimal penalties. I'm talking on the dealers, not the people using fentanyl, who are the ones who are suffering from this. And allowing the cycle to continue. The purpose of this march is to send a strong message to city officials, and especially to the judiciary, that leniency in these cases enables the ongoing sale of fentanyl, contributing to countless preventable deaths. This is coming from the South of Market Business Association, not from the Democratic Party, nor from United Players. We are concerned. We are concerned about what's happening, and we've got to do something. So you start off what? Arrest, prosecute, and then the penalties or whatever you need to do. But there's got to be consequences. You can't just let people go and say, oh, it's okay. It's a death that you could have just from a few grams of fentanyl. So that's where we stand. So honestly, that's where we are from South of Market Small Business, as we see this out there. And it's not about the judges themselves and what they're doing, but we do think that there have been some cases they can let go and then come back and be out in the street and dealing with fentanyl. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Kim Cavaloni, Executive Director of the San Francisco Labor Council. 2 things. I'm going to try to keep it really short. Thank you for not messing with our HCSO. A lot of people in this room have been around for a long, long time and helped fight to get that law. This is like minimum wage to us. Don't mess with our health care. Until we get universal health care, don't mess with what we have, especially in this particular day and age where everything that workers have is under attack. And they're attacking us every moment of every day, expenses, everything. So representing workers is one of the greatest things of all that you could ever do. But at the same time, we had to fight really hard to get what we have. So we just want to thank you for not messing with it tonight. On the other note, on the flip side of that, there is a resolution that's coming up later that specifically talks about the Airbnb lawsuit against the city that takes away resources from organizations like the one that you're in right now. And very hard decisions are going to have to be made about that budget later. And going to ask you all to support the resolution and demanding that Airbnb stop its lawsuit against the city and allow for that money to be used in very thoughtful ways, like supporting this community center, supporting workers who clean up the streets, supporting all that work. That is really critical too. And that's the other part of tonight on why so many people are here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I don't think I'll only be too loud if I use a microphone.
We have live stream. We would appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
We have a YouTube live stream. Thank you.
My name is Mike Casey. I'm president of the San Francisco Labor Council. I'm with Unite here. As probably one of the oldest folks around here, I was around in 2006, over almost 20 years ago, when this was actually passed, when we did this. At the time, in 2002, of Californians who had health care, family health care, approximately a third of the people had huge or some amount of deductibles. Today, 80% of people with family health coverage through insurance have to pay some level of deductibles. Back in 2002, the average deductible was about $2,000 per family per year. Today, it's over $10,000. At a time when Medicaid and all of our safety net is being totally eroded and definitely in jeopardy, at one of the biggest budget crises we've seen in the city's history, it is not the time to turn back the clock. It is not the time to strip benefits away from working people. This legislation came out of legislation that John Burton, when he was president of the state senate, John Burton passed legislation that ultimately got referendized that would have created universal health care. We lost that by only a couple percentage points. But here in San Francisco, Gavin Newsom, and thanks to Tom Amiano, we were able to actually do something that makes a difference. Healthy San Francisco has been around in order and made difference for tens of thousands of families. Democrats have no power in Washington today, none. And the reason is for the last 40 years, Democrats have turned their backs on working people and they have looked elsewhere. They look elsewhere. We really don't need a Republican Party in this city if neoliberal Democrats do exactly what the right wing want to do, which is strip what benefits we have from us. Do not do anything but reaffirm. Please reaffirm the HCSO.
Next up, I have our Kristen Hardy, Mallory Albright, Randy Nichols, and then Pedro, and forgive me, Conserves. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Kristen Hardy, when you're ready.
Sorry, you guys. Having no eye communication very much. Okay, my name is Kristen Hardy. I am a San Francisco native, born and raised, and I am also a public city and county worker out of the Department of Public Health. I am one of 5 birth and death clerks here in the whole city of San Francisco, and I am also the current vice president of SEIU 10-1 and also a proud member of Labor Council. We are here today basically asking for you guys to support the resolution that is authored by Gordon Marr to hold massive corporations like Airbnb and tell them to drop their lawsuits and pay their fair share. These suits take away from funds for the city workers, such as myself and my 16,000 workers that I represent here in the city who have kept the city running, who have already received tax breaks from the city. Our workers contribute to the tax base, and our workers contribute to the tax bases, and should billionaires contribute as well? Do not balance the budget on the backs of our workers. Our workers serve the people at our public health facilities, and they also, and these funds are also critical. As I work at San Francisco General Healthy Families, a lot of my moms and a lot of the families, they do benefit, and those are the insurances that they use. So we're definitely here asking for you guys to support the resolution and make sure that these corporates that's out here that got these huge tax breaks that the voters voted for are paying their fair share, and that this deficit that's being held up by, the new administration is not balanced on the back of the workers, the few workers, the public workers that are left, and the private sector too. So I'm asking all you guys here in support to support us. We make the public health facilities run. We don't take away, and please don't take away the funding that's here. And with that being said, I will pass my time. I think my time's up. Thanks.
Thank you for your time. Mallory Albright.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mallory Albright, proud Local 21 member, also vice chair of the Local 21 Political Action Committee, or PAC. Let's chat about Airbnb. Would love if they paid their taxes. Large corporations like Airbnb are suing the city to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. And if they win, we're looking at $415 million hitting our budget, and that's more than half of our deficit. So that's desperately needed money that should be going to essential city services, affordable housing, and healthcare, not padding the profits of big corporations. Do you all remember Prop M? Last year, this was passed and cut their taxes by another $53 million, and they want even more. These corporations say they want to invest in our great city. We would love for them to, but you have to start investing in our city by paying your taxes. SF Labor is united in urging you to pass this resolution today and hold Airbnb accountable. If they don't pay, we will all pay. Moving on to HCSO. So I want to talk a little bit about this, which is a critical safety net for working people. It ensures employers invest in their employees' healthcare. And we're all hearing about talk of dismantling it. And let's be clear, any changes must expand access to care and not eliminate access. No backdoors, no rollbacks, no giveaways. If funds are not being utilized, every dollar should go to healthcare, the safety net, and our public healthcare system. SF Labor is also united in calling on this body to support and defend the HCSO. We will be watching and we hope you defend it. Thank you all.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, my name is Pedro Conceição. I'm with the United Educators of San Francisco. I'm here to urge you to vote yes on the resolution to hold Airbnb accountable. Corporate lawsuits against the city drain resources from vital public services that our students rely on every day, including transit and education, healthcare, and others. Airbnb has made the housing crisis worse, which directly affects educators here in San Francisco who are fighting to stay in the city. We also want a firm commitment from the DCCC to protect and expand the HCSO. Many immigrant families and low-income families, many of whom, their students go to SFUSD, they depend on the support, and so we urge you to also protect that, our healthcare. I also want to, this really resonated with me and I wanted to share with everyone. Over the years, too many Democrats have embraced the neoliberal policies that have left working families in the dust. Now's the time for the DCCC to step up and restore working families' hope in the Democratic Party. We are not going back.
Yeah.
Thank you for your comment. Randy Nichols. The next couple of names after Randy are Olga Miranda, Rose Shields, Reese Isbell, and Josh, no last name. Do we have a Randy Nichols in the house? All right. Moving on from Randy, we'll come back to him if we hear him. Olga Miranda, Rose Shields, Reese Isbell.
Okay, come on.
Oh, good.
So before I start, I'm not going to apologize. I just want to make sure the Democrats in this room, which is all of us, understand about language equity. So I'm going to say my words first in Spanish, and I'm going to ask for a point of privilege to be able to do this because I want to make sure that my members understand. Those that are here, and I also have some members that speak out of this. So I'm going to ask our Vice President if you can please translate. It's about throwing your fucking phone in the car.
Olga, I will allow you unlimited time to speak. Okay, everybody, get ready. Get ready.
And I'll start with an apology first because everything that you described of what cannot and what is, those are things that are read to us as organized labor to not let us in the fucking room. So I'm just going to start with an apology, a blanket for all of you. My words are not to offend anybody. It's just to tell you where we are at. as a working family and a movement of organized labor, we are under attack. I think this meeting has brought a lot of folks. I have a lot of our members that would typically be working right now, but they're giving up a day to be able to be in this room and have a presence. Para mis miembros es muy importante la presencia de ustedes, ¿verdad? Dejaron ir un día de trabajo para poder estar presente, y el acceso al lenguaje es muy importante porque no puede ser parte de un partido que no hay voz y no hay entendimiento para que todos estén claros de lo que está sucediendo. Right now, for the Democratic Party, I'm a proud Democrat, and I want to first thank you for your comments on the HCSO. I have never in my fucking 30 years I've ever heard a party chair say, we will speak to organized labor first when it comes to this matter. And I want to be able to say thank you to all of you for having that. So thank you so much, Chairwoman. To be able to tell us. In the corner, in my lovely corner, all of us where this has never been heard of. And I appreciate your solidarity and respect for all of my siblings in labor in this room. I just came to this week for us, HCSO and the Airbnb resolutions are something that are very important. Para nosotros, las quiebras que se les dieron de tarifas de impuestos a las compañías como Airbnb, esos cabrones también tienen que pagar su parte, ¿verdad?, de los impuestos. Si lo deben, hay que pagarlo porque ninguno de nosotros como trabajadores, ninguno de nuestras familias se nos da un descuento en nuestros pinches impuestos, ¿verdad? Cada 15 de abril están chingue y chingue los pinches impuestos, y no es justo que una corporación como Airbnb quiera salirse de los palcos y decir, vamos a demandarlos en vez de pagar lo que debemos. Eso no es ser una buena compañía, eso no es ser buen vecino, eso no es ser buen San Franciscano, ¿verdad? Entonces, en la ciudad de San Francisco, todos queremos nuestra tajada, pero también debe de haber respeto para el trabajo que se desempeña y lo que nosotros como trabajadores, familias trabajadores, contribuimos a esta ciudad. We need to be respected as workers. Every fucking 15th of the year, we gotta all pay our taxes. None of us get a break, and none of us can say, we'll sue the government for having to pay taxes. Airbnb has a responsibility to be able to pay this, and they are not good citizens, they're not good neighbors. If you are not paying your fair share, you are not a good San Franciscan, right? You don't do good business, you can't speak for us. And we need to be able to make sure that the Democratic Party is clear about this position and what we are asking Airbnb to do the right thing, right? ¿Estamos bien? ¿Sí? Okay, voy a seguir con la otra chingadera. I'm gonna go with the next thing, which is this HCSO. I want to be able to make it very clear, and my respect to all of the small businesses. Now, I want to tell you, and this is something that makes me very proud. I have a lot of members, and not just own homes, but I've also established small businesses in the city and county of San Francisco. A lot of them, you've eaten at their restaurants. They are in our neighborhoods, all over the city and county of San Francisco. This is not a dig on the small businesses and the taxes that I will fucking gladly pay at any taqueria, any restaurant, wherever, because I understand that that worker that's serving me, that worker that prepared the food, front and back of the house, they deserve to have access to healthcare. But I want to be able to make sure that all of my siblings in the Democratic Party sitting at this beautiful, lovely table understand that that is not their money. We, the guests, the clients that paid for the food that somebody else prepared, we paid for that. It's not the contribution that they did. And right now, just because that money is there does not mean it's for them to fuck around with and take it. No es un asalto. That's an assault with your eyes open, and the money has to be able to go to workers. Right now, our Democratic Party knows that all of us are under assault. It's not just immigrants. It's not just women. It's not just our industries. We are all under attack right now. And what we are coming here as organized labor to tell you is that these two resolutions are absolutely important to us. It takes leadership. It takes boldness to have a goddamn conversation as a party, but also our labor movement to be taken into consideration, not just when you need a fucking endorsement to be able to help somebody else win. This is a moment right now. Right now, no one in the family of the Democratic Party wants to have a conversation about how we fucked up. Nobody. And I'm here to tell you that we are in crisis, and we are looking to the leadership of this party to be able to come together and stand for working families. Because what good is it to march every fucking Saturday and Sunday for the next 4 fucking years, and there is nothing that the Democratic Party can turn around and say, I took care of you. I fought for your housing. I made sure you were paid well. I made sure that your children got a good education and that we didn't have to choose teachers having to drive 3 fucking hours to be able to work in the city. Or my janitors who come from as far as Gilroy or Modesto or Manteca to be able to work 2 shifts in San Francisco to be able to make up what they don't earn enough as a farm worker in our Central Valley. This is the kind of injustice that we want our party to be able to focus on. And I appreciate and I welcome any one of you to our Union Hall at 240 Golden Gate Avenue. We share a block with my sisters and brothers at Local 2, right? I just want you all to know that we are not the enemy. This is a moment for the Democratic Party to capture a good fucking fight that we all love to have. But if we don't have the moxie, the boldness to be able to confront and have these uncomfortable conversations within the family, then Airbnb is going to get away with it with another goddamn lawsuit, except it'll be another corporation. I have no problem with people doing business in San Francisco. I welcome any motherfucker that will hire any one of my members to clean their fucking buildings. But I will not encourage my members for us to negotiate against ourselves and the quality of life that our members deserve to have on your block, on mine, or in the Tenderloin, or in the Excelsior, in the Mission. It's just, it has to be a city for all of us. And right now, it's for a few of them. Thank you very much. I have to translate this shit. Es muy importante que esta ciudad sea para todos y no para algunos. Es increíble pensar de que maestros tienen que venir de tan lejos y tienen que ellos regatear sus salarios. No es justo que un janitor venga, que hace la pizca en el Valle Central para venir a trabajar 3 días a la semana en lo que ellos ganan una semana aquí solamente sacando la basura en San Francisco. Es imposible y es una gran injusticia que nuestro Partido Demócrata no quiera entender que hay que tener esas conversaciones incómodas. Hay que decirnos dónde la cagamos todos, right? Porque perdimos como un partido y nadie quiere hablar con verdad. Ustedes se acuerdan de nosotros cada vez que vienen a nuestras aulas, a nuestros sindicatos para pedirnos un endorsement que quieren, vota por mí. All right, cabrón, entonces ahorita es el momento de decir, ¿dónde estás tú? Right? Necesitamos que sean un buen liderazgo, que el partido tenga el coraje y el valor de nombrar las cosas, el pan, y el vino, pero que no es justo que trabajadores, familias trabajadores, piensan que nosotros solamente cuando nos necesitan. Y nosotros también nos tenemos que dar a valorar y respetar. El HCSO no es para que nadie nos esté regateando, debe de ser reinvertido a San Francisco. Y Airbnb debe de pagar sus pinches impuestos igual que todos nosotros. HCSO is not up for negotiation. It has to go back to the city and where we are going to fall short. I ask every single one and I compel every single one of you to please do right by San Francisco's working families, do right by the city that you love so much and declare it that this is where you want to be, but let it also be for all of us. Thank you. Gracias.
You left some time on the table.
All right. That's a very hard act to follow. Hi, my name is Rosa Shields. I'm with the San Francisco Labor Council. We represent 100 unions and 100,000 workers in San Francisco, but we stand in solidarity for all workers. You see before you the power of organized labor and how powerful we are. You see janitors, engineers, office workers, hotel workers, coffee shop workers, in-home healthcare workers, laborers, just to name a few of the people who are here today in front of you. Organized labor is united on these issues, specifically around this Airbnb lawsuit and on the HCSO. On a personal note, I was also born and raised here in San Francisco, and I've witnessed the gentrification of my city and the way the housing crisis has changed my hometown. Corporations, Airbnb, should be paying their fair share of taxes at the very least, and not taking away from city funds that benefit our workers. Also, I strongly support this security healthcare ordinance, which has helped many of my friends and community members access healthcare that their employers can't seem to provide. We need to protect and expand this reimbursement program, especially in the face of national attacks on workers, especially to our healthcare. The DCCC should be leading on protecting San Francisco workers, not cozying up to corporations and billionaires with ties to the Trump administration. Whose side are you on? Vote yes on Member Mar's resolution and continue supporting the HCSO ordinance, the HCSO, in this room and outside of this room. As my sibling said, we'll be watching and we hope for your support, your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And I forgot to say earlier, thank you, Olga, for your comment. Loved it. Moving on. Reese Isbell, followed by Josh, no last name, followed by Julie Fisher.
Yeah, hi, I'm Reese. Before I begin, I'm a little disappointed, frankly, in the agenda tonight because is this not on?
Check the switch.
Hello?
There you go.
Okay, there we go. I don't know how to follow all that. I'm with the Soma West Neighborhood Association, and I wanted to thank you for coming to our neighborhood, but I'm a little disappointed that there was no time made for us to speak here. So we have a number of people here tonight from the neighborhood who are going to use the 2 minutes and possibly more to talk about our neighborhood. So now I'll begin. My name is Reese, and
Let me allow us some extra time for Reese to speak. So thank you for welcoming us to your neighborhood.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm holding this, but and I won't be long, but point is made. I used to be one of you as one of the proxies, so I know what you were going through, and I know the long nights. I know it may sound I know it may seem awkward to be talking about local issues when the world is on fire. But sometimes when the world is on fire, the best you can do is work on your community. I take inspiration every day from the African Americans, activists and families 100 years ago who endured life in the South during Jim Crow. They didn't have democracy then. They didn't have rights. They were often disappeared. Or the queer community in the 80s who were being left to die by a government that wanted them dead. There were people during those times and places who still fought to make a difference in their local community, even while knowing the world was on fire. And that's my message tonight. We can also make changes right here by showing a world that's on fire that San Francisco has the know-how to build a place where democratic government works. You have 2 resolutions tonight. I'd like to join them together. We do need more housing, but we also have to make housing where people want to live. I'll tell you that when 40 units were built directly across the street from us on a parking lot, that no one wanted to live there once it was built because there was a drug market all in front of it. And the place sat empty for years because they couldn't do showings, they couldn't have people come in, and residents fled. At that time, just a few years ago, this West Bay building had not been built yet, and the 3 hotels on the corner were shelter in place, whose clients were targeted by the drug networks. The parking spaces on the hotel property were literally drug dens, facilitating open air drug deals on fentanyl. The city was saving the homeless from COVID while ignoring the fentanyl use right outside the door. When we went to city agencies for their help in removing the drug dens that were sitting there on city leased property, we were told to call the police. Or leaders at City Hall would tell us that they drove by and they saw that it looked terrible. Or leaders would say they walked by, rest assured that we're talking about it at City Hall. Meanwhile, in the neighborhood, the drug markets were going on 24/7. It took years of work and massive effort by this neighborhood, to get that market out of that corner. Now we have this lovely West Bay building. We have 3 hotels on the corner that are open for tourists, and more residents are moving in. There are definitely still major issues. But here's what I want to emphasize. Our section of Soma, west of 5th Street, grew in population by 40% between 2010 and 2020 census. And that was 5 years ago. So we are much bigger, and a different group than you may think. Our streets are full of small businesses and homes with youth and families and queers and trans folks and a new neighborhood association, new night markets, and a dedicated children and family zone.
Thank you for your comment.
Yeah.
Listening to you.
We are no longer simply a high-speed throughway to and from the highway, and we need the city to see us as a neighborhood that is fighting to survive. In this time of national upheaval, we have to make our city work. We have to show everyone inside the city and around the nation that we can function and be a home for our people and those seeking refuge from the world's fire. My inspiration this year is Mary McLeod Bethune. She was an African-American activist in the South who built a school, a library, and a hospital, all while living under Jim Crow. If she could do that, I believe we have to be able to create a shining example of a democratic city that works while living under Trump. We in Somer West are ready to work with you to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Reese. Thank you for your comment.
Chair Tony, if you continue to grant additional time, please tell me how much.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Up next, Josh. Josh, no last name on the card. There you go.
I am Josh, no last name. In seriousness, my name is Josh Jaggerman. I'm also a resident. I live here in Soma. I actually live in the same building as Reese, so I've gotten a chance to see this.
You have to hold it.
So I've gotten a chance to see how this neighborhood has gotten better, but to piggyback on some of what Reese has shared, this neighborhood has and continues to have some significant challenges. I promise I'll keep to the 2 minutes, but I just wanted to briefly bring up three topics. First is drug use in the neighborhood. We have come a long way from the days of there were drug dealers on the corner where I live. All four of the corners had dealers. And although those days are behind us, there are still people using drugs that are not able to get out of addiction on their own. We see them every day. They're in our doorstep every day. Children walk by to Betsy Carmichael every day, and there's people using drugs. There are not effective programs to mandate treatment for people who can't or will not get treatment on their own. And I'd like to see, I don't think that's been a popular position in democratic politics. I would personally like to see that change. Second topic I'd like to address briefly, healthcare and childcare with large disinvestment on the federal level. I'd like to see the party ready to respond as the federal government is pulling back from those spaces. Healthcare and childcare continue to be incredibly expensive. People cannot access those supports without potentially the state stepping in. And then lastly, I don't think anyone's spoken on this. I'd like to speak briefly to campaign finance reform and just advocate that large donations, large corporate donations, not have a place in local or state politics. I think it's corrupt.
Thank you for your comment. Up next on my list, I have Julie Fisher, followed by Beth McDowell, Althea Brennan, and Hannah Adams. Julie Fisher.
No excuse for missing comments now. Okay. Hi, members of the DCC and everybody who came here tonight. I'm pleased to be here and able to say I'm a retired member of UFCW 5, United Food and Commercial Workers, after working 33 years at Macy's Union Square. And I am a current member of SEIU 2015. I'm asking, and as you know, SEIU 2015 supports healthcare workers right here in San Francisco and throughout the state. I'm asking for support for the resolution to hold the Airbnb and other corporations accountable. Our members, each of us, rely on those services. And we want to mention Muni, libraries, and clean streets. This lawsuit would take away from all those and more. Also, I'm so glad to hear about the support for our HCSO. I too, like Mike Casey and others, was here for the first round of that. So glad to revisit it, but I want everyone to support it, not to let it be weakened, and to expand it also. We all know as caregivers and providers in the SEIU 2015 that quality health care is really important for low-income folks. So please don't let anybody add the stress of their lives or their clients by taking away this healthcare security net. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Beth McDowell.
Good evening. My name is Beth McDowell. I work with Lona Local 261. I work for the city. I would like to ask the SFDCC to reaffirm and expand the HCSO. I'm fortunate to work in a job with strong healthcare protections. I think every worker in the country either already knows or is about, unfortunately, to realize that people in jobs with strong healthcare protections and funding can sometimes find themselves knocked down per scale into jobs with much fewer protections, and the people who have worked in those jobs all their lives in underfunded, underpaid, like service positions deserve as good healthcare as any of the rest of us. At this moment, when we have federal disinvestment in healthcare, in every protection and every kind of support and funding that working people have, I'd like us all to stand together, whether we're in well-protected labor union jobs or in service jobs in this well-protected city or anywhere else, to support healthcare. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Althea Brennan.
Hello, everybody. My name is Althea Brennan. I'm with UFCW Local 5, here to support the HCSO and the lawsuit against Airbnb. Every day, I talk to workers who are risking their livelihoods to organize their workplaces for the exact protections that you all claim to support. People who don't have health care, people who make minimum wage and are getting pushed out of their job by Airbnb. These are people you all expect to vote for you. And I want to remind you that without showing up for working people, without delivering on the promises that you win your election on, people will start to abandon you. You cannot claim to be the party of working people and get elected on the back of organized labor and then turn around and stab it. The Democratic Party may have forgotten how to fight, but that's what we do. And we will fight if you go against the things that our members need, things that we need as working people, things that are good for everyone and not good for corporations. So I urge you to support the HCSO and the lawsuit against Airbnb. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Up next is Hannah Adams, followed by Alex Ludlum, then Evelyn Curiel.
Hi, my name is Hannah. I'm a barista here in San Francisco. I'm currently trying to get my own job to even pay into the SFMRA. So we're not even that far. And so the idea of it being pulled back on is super disheartening. I had funds in my account that I didn't even know about. My workplace didn't inform me, and I'm assuming there are a lot of workplaces that don't inform their workers that they even have money to be spent. I'm assuming this is probably one of the reasons why people say they don't want to keep paying into it, but it's not the worker's responsibility to figure out how to find money to pay for things, for something that should be a right, not a privilege. I've used my SFMRA funds to pay for therapy co-pays and psychiatry appointments, and for after a year of follow-ups and visits to finally be diagnosed and receive the medication I need. That would not have been possible if I didn't have the money in that account. And after this experience, I had a really disheartening moment of realizing that me even having the knowledge of my diagnosis and getting medication that I needed felt like a privilege, when there are a lot of people that probably have underlying mental health conditions that they don't get the opportunity to even know they have because they don't have the money to even ask questions. And so there are people buying $12 lattes at my work when there are people through the glass that I don't know if they're dead on the street. And so it feels fucked up to be contributing to this. And companies need to spend a fraction of their profit toward their workers so they can be taken care of, so we can make your lattes.
Thank you for your comment. Up next, Alex Ludlam, followed by Evelyn Curiel and Andrew Sun.
Thank you all for coming to our neighborhood tonight. My name is Alex Ludlam. I'm the Executive Director of the Soma West Community Benefit District. Our crews pick up 800,000 pounds of trash off the street every year. We install 53 trash cans in the neighborhood. We clean up graffiti. We pressure wash shit and piss off the sidewalks. And I know you just happen to be here for this meeting, but we exist because the city decided to abandon our neighborhood. We went through a vote of the property owners. They all elected to tax themselves more to pay for our organization. Everything we do, normal people assume are city services. They're all surprised to learn that San Francisco does not do any of these things. I, like everyone in this room, hate what's going on in the nation and the world. And the path for us back to power is to focus on what government is supposed to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Real quick pause. Could I get more slips if there are any, Ernesto? All right, moving on. Next. Evelyn Curiel, followed by Andrew Sun, then Curtis Lamore.
Okay, close enough. Okay, good. For one thing, my name is Evelyn Curiel. I'm an SIU 10-1 executive board members and also an industry chair for San Francisco, and also I'm union employee, transit car cleaner. Just like what everybody have said in here, the concern I have for myself is I didn't know if you guys really listening to all of us, because I was been here in America, especially San Francisco, from Philippines for 46 years. This is the worst scenario that I've been through. And I've been employed in here for all the jobs that you guys may have. I work on all this job, 36 different kind of job in my whole life since I've been here. But this is the thing that I'm trying to figure out. If you guys really into one that really concerned about us, because if you think about this thing, without us employees in County, we don't have this community. We are the one who make what San Francisco is all about. And then now you let those corporations to come in here and they take all of you guys to take our money that we work for, and we're paying tax for that. And they're the one who's collecting our money for this. This is not right for all of us. Think about, we work 24 hours in a day to make what the city is all about. And those carones, they came in here, taking us out. No, this is not right. Think about our healthcare was been taken out. Our rights was taken out. Our houses was taken out. What we have left? Nothing. And yet now, I don't know if the Democrat is really listening to all of us. I have a doubt about it. Because if it is, this crazy Trump is not gonna go this far if they're really working hard for all of us. Because our country now is in disgrace. Every county that you go, every state that you go, that went for a rally, all of them are crying. What happened to our senators? Who is really for us? The crying is not out here. No, I want to talk more, if you don't mind, please. Because this is too much. Every night I cry. You know why? Because we work so hard. Just close your eyes and think what is this San Francisco used to be. We're not in it no more. Everything crashed down. Everybody, especially the employees, the people who live here, was being kicked in the butt. And everyone from the other country who have money was using it.
Thank you for your comment.
So where at? I'm sorry. I have to relate it up because I am
I
really
can't give more time
asking
unless she
these things.
allows it. Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, guys.
Up next, I have Andrew Sun, Curtis Lamore, and then Adam Hong.
Sorry about the phone. Thank you very much, and I appreciate being here. I'm a little bit embarrassed to have to be here tonight because the committee really ought to be debating the issues that have been brought to you today around HCO and other kinds of things. But unfortunately, I have to be here before you because some of you have put together a resolution that calls for the mandatory retirement and an age limit to elected and public officials. Where is that at? Are you saying that the Democratic Party is going to tell people that if they reach a certain age, they ought not to hold office? People like Bernie Sanders, Senator Warren, the courageous judge in the Fourth Circuit who issued a scathing opinion saying that the president doesn't follow the rule of law. If you can take away the right for me, who now is an old man, I apologize if I speak slowly, the right to hold office, to have the courage to even run, to put myself forward to voters, are you going to take away my right to vote? It's a slippery slope. It is not necessary. The party, Eric, should not stand for that. We should not be eliminating the ability for people to stand up for democratic principles. We should be including those people and reaching out. We cannot organize a defense of the democracy if you begin to exclude people, whether it's because the color of their skin, the age that they have, or anything else. Remember this, young Turks eventually become old farts.
Curtis Lenore, followed by Adam Hong, and then Cole Bettles. Yeah, Bettles. Thank you.
Hello, committee members. My name is Curtis Samore. I'm a political organizer for SCIU 2015. I'm here representing in-home support service workers as well as long-term care professionals. I'm here for SCIU 2015 to stand in solidarity with the rest of organized labor on two issues that you guys have been getting an earful about tonight. The first is on the resolution, for Airbnb. So we implore you guys to vote yes on the resolution to hold Airbnb and other corporations in San Francisco accountable and to pay their fair share. It's ridiculous that this is being entertained. I mean, the lawsuit is diverting essential resources from essential services that me and a lot of my union members rely on. Secondly, we also want to thank you too for listening to organized labor and making that decision around the healthcare security ordinance. I mean, speaking as a representative for a lot of healthcare professionals, we know exactly how important access to affordable and quality healthcare is. And yeah, we thank you guys for listening to us and protecting the ordinance and even expanding some of the reimbursements if possible. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Adam Hong, Cole Bettles, and then Michael Santos.
Hello everyone, my name is Adam Hong. I live in the neighborhood. I'm representing my community. I'm also a part of the Soma West Neighborhood Association. I moved to San Francisco in 2017 and Soma in 2021. I just want to express my top concerns for the issues for the committee. So as a resident in this neighborhood, my top concerns are the street conditions. I think that's been echoed. Thriving businesses. So we are seeing a lot of businesses struggle in our neighborhood. They're not getting able to lift off and get the type of foot traffic that they'd be looking for. And even just a block over, like 5th Street and 4th Street, it's a very different story. And I wonder why that is, right? So another concern is housing availability. Our budget crisis, which has an impact on public transportation, which is so critical to a thriving downtown. And then also, in general, the school system. So there's been a lot of issues related to the Unified School District that seems to be in opposition to the idea that we are in favor of public education and free education for everyone that lives in San Francisco. Some general comments on the BCCC. So I found it difficult to find what the position of the commission was, right? I know there are resolutions, but finding what the specific priorities are in what order was very difficult. I think some transparency on what the current priorities of what the commission are would be helpful, so that the makeup of this committee changes, right? The resolutions don't stand forever. So I think it's important to think about what's current and what's important for the committee now. 30 seconds, let's see. So one of the resolutions is regarding transparency as it relates to government. I recommend that this also extends to nonprofits. So thinking about metrics and outcomes and measuring success. I don't see a lot of that in public sector, and I think there needs to be more of that in public sector, and that should extend to anything that's publicly funded as well. So what are your measures of success? And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your comment. Sorry. Cole Dettles. Sorry, it's that's less. Sorry about that.
You had it right the first time, Nettles.
Oh.
I usually get Beatles. That's all right. Cole.
It's been a long time.
First, I'd like to acknowledge and share gratitude for Supervisor Dorsey's motion. I didn't know that was coming tonight. There's no other working politician doing more for suffering people of San Francisco in the depths of addiction than this man, and I want to give it up to him. There was a great comment earlier, and I just want to say 1380 Howard is a place where people can go that can't afford that cup of coffee you were talking about to get a mental health evaluation. I had a whole thoughtful thing that I put together, but on the way over here, I changed course. I opened the KQED article to read Eric Kingsbury's resolution. What a gift. I just want to read it real quick. The proposal is non-binding, I'm picking up midway through, and encourages local and state Democrats to explore an age limit for government representatives, but not at the federal level. It does not suggest a specific age for the retirement requirement. Kingsbury said the idea is not directed at Rep. Nancy Pelosi, who is 85. If every politician at 85 were as capable and sharp and had the sort of fierce urgency she does and is still so tapped in, then we wouldn't have to have this conversation at all. My question is this a joke? This is either chicken poop, a joke, or some unhinged butt kissing, the most I've ever seen. Since I like Eric, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and just assume it's some unhinged, serious butt kissing. I'm a huge fan of Pelosi. I worked for her for an entire summer.
Thank you for your comment.
Big fan. But for those of you who are sane enough to know this resolution is a complete joke, if it does not include Mrs. Pelosi, have the courage to be direct with her or be brave enough to run against her. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Michael Santos, followed by, and again, forgive me, Lisa Manishow, and then Mark Williams. Michael Santos.
Hello, good evening. My name is Michael Santos. I am a delegate to the California State Democratic Convention and the Democratic National Convention. I'm here tonight to also address the mandatory retirement for elected officials in California, and I urge you to vote.
Sorry, Michael, could you just slow down a little bit?
Oh,
Speak
sorry.
a little bit louder.
Okay, let's start over. My name is Michael Santos. I'm a delegate with the California State Democratic Convention and the
You're not
Democratic
speaking
National.
anymore slowly.
Oh,
Slow down. And
everyone in this room
a
knows how
little bit
fast I talk.
louder.
I'm a delegate to the California State Convention and the Democratic National Convention. I'm here tonight to speak out against the resolution for a mandatory retirement age for California electeds. It is a resolution, in my view, a resolution in search of a problem. I think it's unnecessary and performative. California does not have an age problem with its state electeds. We have a 12-year term limit for state legislatures. Of the 80 assembly members and 40 senators, half are under the age of 55, and 1 in 6 is a millennial. If I ran today, I'd be out before I am 70. Performative politics are exactly what drives people away from the Democratic Party. We raise an issue and we cannot deliver on it. If you want to go after federal electeds, be honest, do so, start the conversation. Collective kabuki theater undermines the credibility of California Democrats. I again ask you to vote against it. My name is Michael Santos. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Lisa Manishu or Maniscu? I apologize. Lisa M. All right, going next. Mark Williams. And after Mark Williams, line up, please. Lilani Manuda and then Yolanda from Local 2.
Hello, I'm Mark Williams. I just had a couple of things to say. So first, I know it's been a rough couple months for everyone since the election, and it seems to be getting worse every week. But I really appreciate and am impressed by the grassroots movements, the protests that we're seeing, not just in the city, but all around the country. And I hope that that continues because the injustices don't ever seem to end with Trump. And we have to keep on fighting out there for our rights and for everything else. The second thing is, I know right now there's this whole discussion about the national mission of the Democratic Party, standing up for workers more, and just in general, trying to figure out what our policy plan is for 2028 and 2030. I think that's a great idea and that we should be standing for workers, for healthcare, for education, and taxing the rich and corporations. That's the message, but I think we also have to work on the messaging because it seems like that's also a problem. So I hope that the folks in this room are going to be working on that as well. So thank you for having me.
Thank you for your comment. Lilani Manuda, Yolanda from Local 2, and then Mark Sackett. And some seats are freed up here in the front if people would like to take a seat if they've been standing. Over here by me. And all right, great. Lilani Manuda.
Hi everyone, my name is Leilani Manuda. I am a San Francisco born and raised, third generation, come from a union family. I'm also a delegate for California Democratic Party Assembly District 19. I'm not going to say anything any better than what folks have already said today, but I'm here in support of the resolution to hold corporations, namely Airbnb, accountable, and to make sure that we reaffirm HCSO. I come from family and community members who need access to those healthcare funds, and whether or not they're currently actively being accessed, which I appreciate someone bringing up, how many employers are actually telling their employees that this is something that they have access to, if it's something that they're paying into. It's something that I didn't find out about until I left an employer that was contributing. And so I have an amazing union job as an organizer with the National Union of Healthcare Workers now, but at a time when I didn't know that I had access to something like that. So those are not something that we can risk losing at this time when a lot of our communities are under attack at the federal level and currently at the local level. We need to retain as many funds and access to funds and make sure that local businesses are supporting our community members, corporations are supporting our community members, and we need to build up the funds and the resources that we know the federal government is not going to be providing, is going to be taking away from us over the next couple of years. We need to secure that here in San Francisco for families like mine, and for the folks that are here today speaking, so that someone like myself can continue to stay here, and my community members who are unemployed, looking for jobs, at the risk of losing their jobs, can continue to stay with healthcare, with services that they need to survive. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Here. Yolanda from Local 2, Mark Sackett, and then Claire Lau.
Yolanda Lau.
Oh, thanks for letting me know. Mark Sackett, Claire Lau, and then Carl Kramer.
I'm going to sit here and make this comment because those of you who know me know that this is the first day in 3.5 years that I've not been in a wheelchair or a boot. So I'm finally optimistic that I can stand again, but I can't stand for long. I own 13 companies less than a block from here. They're in the old William Randolph Hearst printing plant that I purchased through decades of hard work 27 years ago. So I moved to this neighborhood 27 years ago. I moved to San Francisco from Kansas City in 1988. Angela, good to see you again. I don't know if you remember me, but we were on the Life Center. I was a president of the AIDS HIV Life Center for years. You know, I am passionate about my city. I built my creative career here. I've nearly been killed across the street by having my left hand almost cut off 3 years ago. I was in the boot because I got assaulted in front of my building less than a year ago. I have been to 70 of these meetings, not necessarily with the DNC, but I have been at police commission hearings and neighborhood watch meetings and safety committee meetings and all kinds of stuff. And I am here in support of my neighborhood. I am here because I am desperately trying to be heard. I take care of all my employees, so I appreciate the conversation that's happened. I pay all my staff more than wage. I pay all of their benefits. I take care of my people, and I'm very small. We do less than $1 million, especially now post-pandemic. I worked with Rudy to help organize this peace march that's happening tomorrow night because we've done 3 of them. Most of them have fallen on deaf ears. We're doing it again tomorrow because I saw him at the police meeting a month ago, and I said it's time for us to do this again. We need to make some noise. We need SOMA to be recognized. We need SOMA to get its just due because this and the Tenderloin have been the trash bin for San Francisco for far too long.
Thank you for your comment.
And it's time that we start to be heard. I encourage you all, no matter how busy you think your schedules are, to come out tomorrow night and see what this neighborhood is about.
Thank you for your comment. All right. Up next, I have Claire Lau, followed by Carl Kramer, and then Theo Sumpada.
Hi, DCCC members. My name is Claire Lau. I'm with the Chinese Progressive Association, and we serve low-wage immigrant workers, youth, and elders in San Francisco in the Chinese immigrant community. I'm here today asking members of the DCCC to support the resolution to hold corporations like Airbnb accountable. Our members rely on city infrastructure like schools, city clinics, and public transportation to get to work and survive in the city. They need in-language support to know about their rights as immigrants, as workers, as tenants, and to access services. This lawsuit will take away city funds from services our Chinese immigrant community relies on. Airbnb already has exacerbated the housing crisis by taking housing units off the market, making huge profits, while many of our members live in cramped SRO units in Chinatown. It's time that they pay their fair share of taxes. In addition, San Francisco needs to continue to be on the forefront of protecting workers. We have been talking to our members, and many of them, as immigrant working class workers, are extremely worried about the threats to Medicare and Medicaid. I implore members of this body to protect the Healthcare Security Ordinance. HCSO is a social safety net. And right now, the federal government is trying to destroy our social safety nets and defund our healthcare. So now is the time for the city, the state, and for all of you to stand up to actually protect our communities, protect our healthcare, and protect our social safety nets that our immigrant and working class communities rely on. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Carl Kramer, followed by Theo Sumpada, and then Francis Shea.
Carl Kramer, I'm campaign co-director of the San Francisco Living Wage Coalition. I've been the campaign co-director since 1998. I've seen how much of this legislation has evolved. I think that you face the choice of that old labor song. Which side are you on? Are you on the side of workers? Are you on the side of wealthy corporations and billionaires? We could not allow Airbnb to claw back $120 million in money that we should be demanding that all of the corporations pay their fair share of taxes. We are a part of the Budget Justice Coalition and the People's Budget Coalition, and we are seeing the threat of massive cuts to the programs and services on which low-wage workers in the city depend. We cannot allow that to happen. We need to fight and protest against the moves by Airbnb and other wealthy corporations to try to decrease the taxes that they need to be contributing to make this a city that is supportive of low-wage workers, the people that are doing the work in all of this businesses of San Francisco. We also need to make this a sanctuary city, and that means providing the resources that immigrant workers need. The important part of the healthcare security ordinance was that it provides healthcare coverage for those because of immigration status may not have access to healthcare. And, you know, I was working with the deputy city attorney and kind of drafting the original language of our early version of the healthcare accountability ordinance, from which the healthcare security ordinance was derived. And it was made so that either employer provides healthcare insurance or it does something to support the community health network.
Thank you for
And
your
we need
comment.
to protect that. Thanks.
Hello, my name's Peter Sincata. I live here in Soma. I've been a resident. I've been in San Francisco for 31 years and Soma for 8. So I want to talk about my neighborhood and what's actually been happening to it for the last, well, actually, not exactly how long it's been, but it's not as nice anymore. There's trash everywhere. There are a lot of the services that San Francisco is opening up is in Soma. And we'd like that to be spread out in other areas. And one of the things is what we're doing is not working. If you look at the Tenderloin, that has actually grown. I was actually hanging out with someone who was living here in the 60s. And he was like, yeah, back when I was here, the Tenderloin was only 2 blocks. So I want some reform. One of those is Matt Dorsey actually put together a talk that was over at City Hall. And one of the people from PSH, the question was, how many people are mentally ill or have some sort of mental illness in your department or people you house? And she said 5%. I have a video of this. Is Emily Cohen, actually. And then one of the people that actually works with the facility said, no, extreme mental illness is 70% in their place. So I want change. And as of right now, we're not really happy with what's happening to our neighborhood. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Francis Shea, followed by Vince Courtney, and then Susan Pfeiffer.
Good evening, members. Thank you very much for spending the night with us. My name is Francis Shea. I'm a former member of this body, but tonight I'm speaking as a member of both the San Francisco Labor Council Executive Council, as well as a member of IFPTE Local 21, public sector workers and a worker in San Francisco. So we are here. I'm here to speak on 2 items. You've heard from a lot of very eloquent speakers about, the importance of protecting the healthcare security ordinance and also about making Airbnb pay. The 2 things I would add on top of what all of my labor siblings have spoken about is that not only is it important for us to protect the healthcare security ordinance, I appreciate that this body is not planning to introduce a resolution without talking to labor. But I think it's actually really important to not pass a resolution or not even consider a resolution to amend it unless you're talking about strengthening and expanding it. Let alone supporting any ballot measure that would reduce the protections of the healthcare security ordinance and reduce the benefits. So certainly not that. As we're hearing, as Kim so eloquently said, as our federal government is not only rolling back our benefits, but rolling back rights for workers, this is not the time for San Francisco to roll back 20 years of progress and 20 years of this ordinance. Secondly, around the Airbnb resolution to demand corporate budget accountability, asking you to pass it with no amendments. Pass it as written, as it is currently written. To that same commitment about not working on a resolution without talking to labor, don't work on amendments without talking to labor and getting labor's agreement. Member Marr worked very closely with labor siblings in order to craft this resolution as written, and we ask you to pass it as written. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you for your comment. Vince Courtney, Susan Pfeiffer, Omar Rincon.
Good evening, everybody. Vince Courtney, native San Francisco, proud member of Labor's Local 261 and of the San Francisco Labor Council. When I got wind of this meeting, I knew it was going to be fun because we live for this shit, right? Like the labor family, it is a dysfunctional family. Not kind of like the conservative Republican.
Let's give this man more time.
Yeah. But
how much more?
You know, my union proudly backed the recall of the school board members who we thought were virtue signalers, not focused on students. My union celebrated the recall of Chesa Boudin. My union is one of the most common sense unions, if you ask me. And that's why my colleagues do think I'm a Republican conservative billionaire, right? But what I learned in labor for 20 years is that we love a good fight. And what unites us makes us stronger. And your shot across the bow united us tonight. And so that's why we're here, because we look forward to it, right? So at the end of the day, you need to talk to these people. You need to figure out what the fundamentals are, because we all agree on the fundamentals. We will run through brick walls for each other when it comes to fundamentals, which brings me to this. The Airbnb thing, Airbnb sucks, right? And we urge you to consider what's on the table right now. At the same time, we're not in sync with our brothers and sisters in some of the other unions. We think the labor are some of the lowest wage workers, that fraud, waste, and abuse, millions and millions of dollars lies in grants, behested payments to unmonitored nonprofits with no results, and that includes behested payments. And we've always known that, and we've always been focused on that. We're excited about a mayor who defeated 4 elected officials in this town, 4. And we're excited about what he's talking about in connection with fraud, waste, and abuse, and accountability. So we don't like the first result in the resolution. We think it's unnecessary, it's antagonistic, and it's not something that we would actually agree with. I talked to the building trades president, Larry Mazzola, just an hour before I got here. He felt the same way. To antagonize Mayor Lurie before he's had an opportunity to investigate where we think the money lies, I think it's a mistake. Do Airbnb, collect that money, hold them accountable, but remove the first result in that resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And remember, if
Hi,
you give more time, please tell me how much more time.
So,
Up next.
Susan Pfeiffer is an associate member, and so we will give her 4 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. 4 minutes on the clock.
And yes, I miss Obama. I have 4 of these, 2 sweatshirts and 2 t-shirts. This is my new wardrobe. I will be wearing almost every day. But I came to talk about a few things you've heard me talk about and a little something different. Most of you on this committee are going to be delegates to the state convention. And a few other people who have spoken as well. I was for a good 10 years or so. I am not right now, but I hope to attend as a proxy this year, and I can continue my work. The state Democratic Party has different standing committees. The one I have been on is called the Organizing Committee. It's the one that I think does the most best work. They're the ones that set up the phone banks and the canvassing to win races in red districts around California, congressional races. We have been working on District 22 for a long time, David Valadez. We will continue to. And what we are doing right now, the Organizing Committee is doing some special phone banks. They're a little tricky. And if you are a member of the state party, and I'm going to give this to my name just went out of my head, to share. They are doing daily phone banks. Now they're during the day, they're at 2 p.m. and they're only an hour. And Speaker Pelosi is doing some similar ones on Thursday afternoon and evenings. What we are doing is we are calling voters and we are asking them, we're making sure they know about the threat to Medicaid, which we call Medi-Cal here, and we explain that. And ask them if they agree that Medicaid should not be taken away. If they do, we ask them to please let their congressman, David Valadao, know how they feel. Oh, you agree? Good. I can patch you through to his office right now. That's why we do this in the middle of the afternoon. We have a system called Cal Evo. It doesn't work well some of the time, but you can patch them directly through, tell them how to present themselves, and those calls are counted. And then we call sometimes in the evening and they can leave voicemail. David Valadao is one of 12 congresspeople. There's another one from California, from Southern California, Young Kim, who put out a letter recently saying they are quoted saying they will not vote for any funding legislation that cuts funding to Medicaid. Do I trust them? Hell no. But they have gone in writing, and that is partly because of the calls they are getting. When you all say, I'm calling my congressman every day, that doesn't really help here. We adore Speaker Pelosi, and we know how she's going to vote. But if you call another district, it doesn't count because you're not one of their voters. So that's why we are calling voters in those districts and teaching them how to do this, and it is having an impact. So any of you who are available, it's only an hour. I put the link on here that you can sign up. It's a mobilized link. And if you have time during the day, I encourage you to do that. And then lastly, my usual pitch, because I do enrollments for Cover California, and we know people are being laid off. They're losing their jobs. So it is an open enrollment. If you lose your job, you have 60 days to enroll. And I'm happy to help anyone enroll and get coverage. Sadly, I think the rates are going to go up next year because we are finishing up legislation that Joe Biden passed that added more money to help people who have low income with their Cover California. That expires this year, and I'm afraid it will not be passed again. But it's still better than what we had. So
thank you for your comments, Susan. Is Omar Rincon, followed by Carol Osorio, Albina Datsukova, and Sarah Souza.
Hello, everyone. My name is Omar Rincon. I think most of you know me one way or another, or some of my affiliations. I specifically would like to speak in two items. The first one is the mandatory retirement for officials. I simply believe it's not an issue. And I think we can all agree that extrajudicial arrests and deportations are wrong, so I'm skipping that one. Item 15, it is regarding the lawsuit on Airbnb. It's kind of insulting that these folks are using the judicial system to exempt themselves from responsibilities, including hard-earned labor rights related to older lawsuits. And now they are not trying to pay taxes that residents of the city and county of San Francisco voted for. Okay. I will use the remainder of my time to welcome you to my beautiful neighborhood, House of the Leather and LGBT District. I thank you. I think the benefit district already left, but thank you so much for the hard work that they do to keep it beautiful. Selected, I hope that you remember that justice is to give more to those that have less, and this neighborhood needs a lot. I have no doubt that when we put the attention that this neighborhood needs, this will be a place so loved, and everyone will understand why I love this neighborhood so much. I welcome you, and I hope to see you again soon.
Thank you for the comment. Carol Osorio.
Hi, my name is Carol Osorio. I don't have anything prepared, but I just thought I'd introduce my group. It's called the WASH Club, and it stands for We Are Still Here. And we're trying to bring attention mainly locally in San Francisco, but none of this would hurt the whole state to have sidewalks that people can walk on without tripping and falling, and have construction completed in front of their house in a time frame where people could actually get out of their house sometimes. But there's many things that people that are elderly, and I work for a city agency that does transportation for disabled and elderly. So I have a huge database of people to pull from to add to my group. So you'll be seeing more and more from us, but I'd like to get the idea of elderly people and disabled in everyone's mind, because it's amazing when you get to be my age and look in the mirror and go, who is that lady? All right, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Albina Datsukova.
I'm Albina Datsukova, I'm local, and I didn't plan really to talk, but I would like just to mention some speeches which were before, and Olga, love her, but at the same time, what she said that her people from Gilroy is working here in the city, and we are not helping them. We are helping people who does not want to work here. We are doing some housing, everything like more benefits. And is it fair? No. Olga, you need to stay more for your people, because people who are working, they do deserve something. You need to change that. I represent a very quiet group, and group who are not as Olga has a voice opposite. We just will not trust you and we will not vote. So frankly, that one is a very dangerous situation. Because Olga tried to support. We are a little bit different. We just say no. We agreed to literally tax ourselves here in this district, and we understand that we pay you money. How you use your money. It's important to know how you use this money, because you are using this our money, which we taxed ourselves and gave to you. We need to know how you use those money, and it's a big deal, because people will not trust you. They, my people, telling me that I am naive, that I try to reach you. I try to find some friends in the working family party. I try to communicate what I saw, that the situation that we will give up and we will not vote for you, and that one is very sad. It's why, sorry to say, Trump won. It's why, because this God not really trusting you.
Thank you for your comment.
Problem. No, just a second. Oh, sorry. I can speak Russian, Ukrainian, German, because Olga was given more time.
No, if she allows it, I can give you more time. But otherwise, I have to keep you at the 2
sorry.
minutes.
Okay, and in this case,
So let me ask if there are people who speak any of those languages would like an interpretation of what the speaker just said.
No, I would speak English. Sorry.
Okay, I'll give you 30 more seconds, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. So that one, in another side, we had a COVID. So in general, I understand everyone who's working very hard. Sorry, maybe it's like a little bit about, doesn't matter. I understand that. But please, I am not representing a big corporation. But at the same time, during the COVID, we saw what happened. Big corporation left. And what we got? No more people, no employee, no small businesses, no food, no restaurants, and everyone left. Look what's going on here in my district. What? All stores left. All small restaurants left. Why? Because frankly, we do need something big. We need big corporation. We need big convention. We need something, because we are small people who are working, but at the same time, we are spending money on coffee and breakfast or something. It's like small,
Thank you for your
but we are a
comment.
community.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay, fine.
Sarah Souza.
Just think, please. Okay.
Hi, good evening, members of the DCCC. Sarah Souza. I'm an aspiring citizen who has been an advocate for the party to extend a chair for all Californians, including non-citizens who have been historically left out of our party. This is an opportunity for this party to bring everyone together, represent our working class, and fight back against the national administration, but take our party to a different direction. I'm also here standing with organized labor to ask you to support Member Mar's resolution to hold Airbnb and other large corporations accountable, that they pay their fair share of taxes. These are funds that are covering services for the most vulnerable in our city, working class, taxpayers, seniors, and this an opportunity for us to work together and fight back against corporate greed. And also to protect the HCSO ordinance, because many in the hospitality industry and working families benefit from healthcare, especially low-wage immigrants that often don't receive coverage and are not eligible for Medicaid. As we're seeing, we're in a crisis, and I invite each of you to reach out to all communities in San Francisco and ensure that we are taking an equitable approach, that we're listening with active ears, and that we're fighting for real change, because our party is losing at the moment. And we have, again, an opportunity to win and take our democracy back. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Madam Chair, I have no more slips. I guess I'll make this a last call. Anyone else? Madam Chair, public comment is closed.
Okay,
Or I guess
Thank you.
you say that part.
okay. I will close out public comment. Thank you very much, everyone. Again, I know there people are glad that we can move on with the party business, but I do think this part is really important, that we hear from everybody and that we try to give an opportunity for everyone to speak, if not succinctly, then colorfully. So I appreciate all of you being here. So I want to, actually is something that I did not realize until it was brought up to me by the executive director and Director Chen. It appears that, I mean, we have a set of governing documents, bylaws that we hold ourselves accountable to. And it appears that Member Mar has exceeded his number of proxies for the year, including and exceeded the number of proxies. He has exhausted them. So he's not eligible to have a proxy for this meeting. It pains me a little bit because Member Mar does have a resolution that is something that people want to hear from him about, and that unfortunately he is not present himself, and he does not have any proxies and has not explained to me why he's not present. So since I have become aware of this, I need to make a ruling whether or not to recognize his proxy, his designated proxy, Leo Lacroix, and trying to be consistent and following the rules that are outlined in our bylaws, which we adopted. I am not going to recognize Leo Lacroix as a proxy for Gordon Mar, and he is unexcused absent from this meeting. So our next item is, yes, Member Moore.
Yes. Microphone. Outline the, why does it? Microphone, use the mic.
Do you need to, do you want reference to the bylaws?
I would like reference to the bylaws, and I would like to see the documentation around Member Mar's proxy status. I'm questioning if you can demonstrate to this committee the evidence to make your ruling, please.
Sure. Member Mar was absent in January. He asked you to be his proxy. Did you proxy for Member Mar in January? Okay, and then in February, he asked he asked Leah Lacroix to be his proxy. Ms. Lacroix, were you Gordon Mar's proxy in February? Our bylaws allow for 2 proxies. And this change in the bylaws was in response to members being elected to this body and then never showing up personally. There were 2 members, in fact, that sent proxies to half of the meetings over a 4-year period instead of actually showing up themselves. So it's a very reasonable limit. 2 out of the 10 meetings you're allowed to send a proxy. Otherwise, you need to attend yourself. And I will point you to the portion of the bylaws that reflect this.
I have it.
I'm sorry. Okay, Director Chen, can you?
It is in the bylaws, Article 4, Section 6, proxies, subsection A. Members of the SFDCCC, other than ex officio members, may vote by proxy at no more than 2 meetings per calendar year, unless the chairperson permits further designation of proxies by members of the SFDCCC for good cause. If a member attempts to send a proxy to more than 2 meetings a year without explicit written approval from the chairperson, that proxy will not be recognized and the member's absence will be considered not excused. The rest of it is not pertinent.
So it is the ruling of the chair that, and I will say that Member Marr did not send an email to me. I understand that he did not send an email to Executive Director Esfandiari explaining his absence or requesting an excused absence or an additional proxy. And so I am ruling that his proxy shall not be recognized tonight. We will still keep his item on the agenda.
Is it possible? Request to speak?
I've made my ruling, Member Avalos.
Is it possible to speak on your rule?
No, I'm not going to recognize you to speak on my ruling. So we are going to move on to the next agenda item. This is ratification, item number 5, ratification of Joshua Arce to the San Francisco Democratic County Central Committee. And Joshua Arce is a member of our local labor team. He is a community organizer and a prior appointee to this body. I welcome his experience and his connection to community and to labor. And with that, Member Arce, would you like to introduce yourself?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Josh Arce, glad to be here. Thank you.
That's great. Okay.
Can I say more? I'm ready to get to work. I've been waiting for 2 hours to get to work. Let's do this. Thank you.
So,
Thank you all.
A
Thanks
man of
everyone
few
for coming
words. Would you like to say it in Spanish?
out. Can we, do you want me to?
Is there any discussion regarding the appointment of Joshua Arce?
Chair?
Yes. Member Alioto here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, Josh. I know you want to get to work, but I have to recognize this man and how excited I was when I read that Chair Tung had appointed him. Josh and I go back way to the 2000s when John will remember this, when we fought to close down a power plant in the Bayview, when Josh was running an organization called the Bright Line Defense Fund. And we went up, along with Supervisor Daly's help, we were an odd tag team at the time. But we went up against the mayor, we went up against the district attorney, we went up against the supervisor from the district. We went up against the president of the Board of Supervisors. And working together, we were able to stop a real catastrophe from happening, which was the rebuilding of the Morant Power Plant down in District 10. It is one of the things that I am most proud of as my time on the Board of Supervisors. And I just want to acknowledge Josh, because without the work of the Brightline Defense Fund and SPUR and some of our other partners in the Sierra Club, we never, and Supervisor Daly, we never would have been able to accomplish something. We pulled together a group of progressives and moderates, unlike anything that the city had seen. And I just want to thank him for the work that he did back then, everything he has done since with the laborers. And I really, really look forward to working with you as a member of the DCCC. Congratulations.
Well, I was a little bit taken aback that, Josh, you didn't want to say anything more than your name, and now you make it so that we have to say things on your behalf. So I will be voting to support you, of course, and we have been through a lot together, and I thought, worked very effectively to actually change city law that had a huge benefit on working people in San Francisco, the local hiring ordinance that was passed in 2010. And it was a real game changer in a lot of ways, especially because it was passed during the last Great Recession, or the Great Recession, and it's put thousands of people to work. So you and I, cut our teeth on that together, and just want to really appreciate that. I'll never forget that we aligned together on that. And I also want to recognize that when I moved and, from one district to the other, I was not eligible to be on the DCCC in District 17 anymore, AD 17, and you replaced me. So now we get to be colleagues together. So I just want to say welcome, and I'm glad to vote for you.
I will add to the chorus of praise for Josh. Josh is my neighbor. So I'm happy to have more mission representation in the party, along with, we have some other mission members as well. But we're going to have a little caucus soon, I met Josh when I was a little baby organizer at the ripe age of 22. And despite my greenness at the time, I'm much wiser now. But despite my greenness at the time, Josh always treated me with respect and told me when I was messing up in the most polite way possible. And I credit Josh to many of the amount of fewer mistakes I make today. So I'm excited to vote for you and grateful for all you've done for our neighborhood and the Latino community and the labor community.
Thank you, Emma. And if I can share time, thanks, Emma, John, Michaela. I guess what I would just say is I'm a proud card carrying union member. Laborers, Local 261 is where I have my book, and I work for the Northern California District Council of Laborers with 30,000 members strong from the Central Valley. Thank you, Sister Olga, from the Central Valley to the Oregon border. I'm a grandson of immigrant farm workers from Mexico. Was the first to go to college in my family, certainly the first to go to law school. Maybe the next generation will go do that kind of stuff. I felt myself coming back into working with people, civil rights law, labor organizing, community organizing. And the only thing I just want to say is having the chance to work more often these days with folks like Brother Vince Courtney, who's here. Some stuff we got going with Sister Olga Miranda down in San Mateo. Vince and I were in Sacramento for way too long and way too late, if you can hear it in my voice yesterday. I enjoy getting the hell out of San Francisco sometimes, even though I'm a proud 16-year Mission District resident with two beautiful public school kids. My wife's a badass immigration defense attorney who does her public service over at the school board with Parag and some of our friends of the school board. But to me, what I see when I get out of the city is I see something I think Sister Olga Miranda talked about it, and others. The Democratic Party has got to get our shit together. We really have to be that big tent party. I believe that Chair Tung, and I believe in her vision of trying to build and continuing to build that big tent coalition, that big tent party. I saw it most firmly on display when you and the party teamed up with Local 2 and the Labor Council to support at Christmas, working with Kim Tavaloni, the toy volunteer drive to get free toys to give to the children of the striking Unite Here Local 2 hotel worker union members that were putting their lives on the line and couldn't afford to give Christmas gifts to their kids. And that's where I saw she really is building a big tent. Thank you, sister. And I want to be a part of that. It ain't gonna be easy. I mean, after she asked me, I looked and saw some of the tapes, and yeah, it's a lot, but it's worth it. We need the biggest tent possible in this country to take back the House of Representatives and the Senate next year, and then the White House after in 28. There's too much on the line not to figure it out. And everyone is watching San Francisco, how we create a place that is a home, is a place to register and vote and mobilize for everyone who's on the most progressive lane of the spectrum of this party, and everyone who's right there toward the middle and is getting seduced. Because I can tell you, we have way too many union members, especially in a place like the Central Valley, who's getting seduced by that message and blaming for who's at fault, and we need to do more to keep them in the tent. We need everybody across the spectrum. So I'm looking forward. I'm really hoping this is be a place, especially being about 10 years older than the last time I was around with the rodeo with Brother John Avalos. The work that we did together on the Avalos local hiring ordinance, and make sure people know that, the Avalos local hiring ordinance has given me, brother, that's been the rest of my career with the 15 years that are since. I presented to the White House how they could use the Build Back Better local hiring infrastructure is the Avalos local hire ordinance. So that work, what happens in, see, you talked about me, I get to talk about you. The thing is, everyone's watching. Everyone's watching how we pull it together, how we make the big tent here in San Francisco, the Democratic Party Central Committee, and look forward to helping to build that big tent with all of y'all. And thanks again. Thanks, sister.
Is there anyone else who would like
I'd be honored to have your
to?
support.
Always have an ask.
I would be honored to have all of your support to ratify the chair's nomination.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak? Oh. Member Chandler.
Just very briefly, I just want to say how excited I am to have another D9 mission resident on the committee, and I'll be very excited to vote in favor.
Right.
Another Latino on the committee as well.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. So we have a roll call vote, Director Chen.
Does this require a motion or a second?
Oh, right. Do I have a motion to approve the Member Alioto Pure, second by Member Phil Howard? Would you call the roll?
On the motion of the ratification of the appointment of Josh Arce to the DCCC, Akbar.
Yes.
Akbar, yes. Alioto Pure.
Aye.
Aye. Avalos.
Aye.
Aye. Kalamuchi.
Aye.
Aye. Chan.
Aye.
Aye. Chandler.
Yes.
Aye. Chen is aye. Coles.
Yeah,
Aye. Dorsey.
Aye.
Aye. Galata.
Aye.
Aye. Gupta.
Yes.
Aye. Hare.
Aye.
Aye. Ho.
Here, yes, aye.
Ho is aye. Kim Proxy Simpson. Aye. Lai.
Aye.
Aye. Mahmood Proxy Hare.
Aye.
Aye. Kingsbury.
Aye.
Aye. Win Proxy Ochoa. Aye. Philhauer.
Aye.
Aye. San Girardi Proxy Philhauer. Aye. 2.
Yes.
Aye. Pelosi.
Aye.
Aye. Mullen.
Aye.
Aye. Kunalakis.
Aye.
Aye. Ma.
Aye.
Aye. Cohen.
Oh, aye.
Aye. Wiener. Aye. Haney.
Aye.
Aye. Stephanie. Aye. Chair Tom.
Aye.
Aye. Have all those who wish to vote voted? With a vote of 30 aye, 0 no, 0 abstentions, the motion carries.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Member Arce. Nice to say that. All right, the next item on our agenda is reports. Chair's reports, I want to announce that we would like to pull volunteers together in helping to make Carnival San Francisco a success. After receiving an ask from associate member Gladys Soto, who is a DSCC delegate and an organizer for the event, the party will be posting on this event on social media and sharing the ask via our email newsletter in the days to come. Members, if you are interested in helping volunteer for this very San Francisco event, please reach out to me or Executive Director Esfandiari. I also want to speak just briefly about our Dems on the Move initiative. Last month, during our March meeting, I indicated that we would be taking the meeting on the road, and we've decided to do that for the remainder of the year. There is importance in hearing from people, hearing from Democrats, voters, community members, and making sure that we are not isolated in the ivory basement at the Milton Marks Auditorium at the State Building, which also has no Wi-Fi and no cell coverage. So I'm really excited about this initiative. I'm excited that we are not just moving our meetings there, but also doing activities in the neighborhoods we're going to. We're looking to do public service events, educational events, and also merchant walks and things of that nature to really bring the Democratic Party really into our neighborhoods. Staff has been working exceptionally hard on this. I want to recognize Courtney Sid, who is project managing all of this, and the executive director, Babak, who is also keeping tabs. Each of the members of the executive committee have adopted one of the meetings, the remaining meetings, and this one was adopted by Vice Chair Kalamuchi, and you've done an outstanding job, and I appreciate you for that. So we'll also have some social opportunities, so be on the lookout for invitations from the staff to participate in these events. And we will be doing broader community canvassing in order to get feedback from the neighborhoods that we're going to. We do, and I just want to speak to this because Olga referenced this in public comment, that language access is very important. It is something that is very important to me as well, coming from an immigrant family. So the party is looking into a way to have real-time translation via Zoom, so that people, if we get enough notice that, or we're going into a community where we think we're going to have participation from people who are monolingual in whatever language, then we want to make sure that we try to accommodate that. So thank you for being our translator tonight, Olga, and if you bring more members, please let me know if they need any kind of translation, because we're happy to offer that.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So, update from the Labor Committee, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair Tung. So from Labor Committee, first I just want to say we've heard a lot from Labor. This is amazing. So I do want to, first give a thank you to everybody who's come out tonight to speak, in particular rank and file members who are working out there every day and are coming in tonight to share their stories. I'm blessed to represent thousands of members through Carpenters Local 22 and the NorCal Carpenters Union. And pretty much every night we've got rank and file workers that we're standing with at city councils from every single little town all across Northern California, up in Sacramento, every single night. They're out there sharing their stories. I know there is nothing like the power of the voice of working people. And I'm really glad that our fellow members here got to experience some of that tonight. So really a heartfelt thank you to everybody who came out and spoke tonight. I also want to note and a little shout out for UFCW Local 5. At our last meeting in March, I was proud to bring forth a resolution supporting organizing and contract campaigns that are being fought at REI. Those workers looking to be represented or are represented by UFCW Local 5. I was proud that that resolution passed unanimously. One of the things that that resolution directed the party to do was to not only speak out directly to REI through transmitting the resolution, but also to transmit and share to the public the ways that they can get involved in the campaign, particularly around the vote no on the board of directors to REI. So please we did put stuff out. So if you have not, so if you're not on our social media, or if you have not seen our social media, we have a wide, Courtney and Bobak did an amazing job putting together these graphics on the Vote No campaign, the issues that REI workers are facing and why it's so critical. I was also really psyched. I'm fairly certain our counterparts in Alameda County Democratic Party, we're amazing trendsetters. They also passed a similar resolution. And so this Saturday, April 26th, the party is, the San Francisco Democratic Party is going to be one of the sponsors of an event that the REI workers and their union are putting on. This is a community hearing. It's going to be out in Oakland at 10 o'clock, First Presbyterian Church, 2619 Broadway in Oakland. Our executive director is passing out some information about that. That is going to be with Congresswoman Latifah Simon, as well as workers from REI, other experts, and folks from the community who are looking to stand up and support those workers. And really, our labor law in government is pretty much broken at this point, and it has been for a long time, but it's especially broken now. And so we need these venues for working people to raise their voices and bring voice to and speak to power. And this is one of the ways that's going to do that. So I really hope folks can join. I'll be there and hope to see a bunch of folks out there as well. And Chair Tung, that is my report.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Thank you very much, Vice Chair Calmucci. Other reports. Director Lai.
I'll give a finance report. So working backwards from the 2026 goals of winning back the House and continuing to build trust locally with the Democratic Party brand. This year we have, in a non-campaign year, we have an operating budget of just over 380,000. Compare that to 2023, the operating budget was 313,000. So part of that is supporting our wonderful staff members, as well as some of the initiatives like the On the Road this year. So far finances are healthy towards that goal, but whenever possible, we could use all the help we can get to build a bank for next year to help win back the House and get, I think in the fall, we had thousands of volunteers out for the presidential. So that's similar level of organizing, if not more next year.
Thank you, Director Lai. Special Committee Chair Hope.
Thank you, Chair Tung. Regarding the special committee, we have a couple of items that are due to the clubs as well as the DCCC members. As you know, we approved and have been implementing the policies that we approved at the December 4th meeting around the policies on sexual assault and harassment. By May 1st, we will be rolling out all of the materials, including a Q&A and all the information that clubs will need from us so that they can best understand the policies and know how to implement it on their end. Additionally, we will be announcing soon who we have decided as the ombudsperson and the judicial commissioners. That should be coming out shortly as well. Sure. Is there anything else you want me to add to that? No. Okay. All right. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair Ho. On to the Executive Director's report.
Thank you. I will be brief because I know we've been around a bit. I want to first start by acknowledging the oversight on my end. I don't know if Ms. Record is still here, but you all submit the proxy request forms, and it's a pretty routine affair. But the bylaws I know did change, and we didn't have as many meetings last year for that kind of threshold and those things to come up. And I want to acknowledge that I didn't catch Member Marr's submission and let him know that he needed to seek that extra written approval from the chair for his proxy to be recognized. And so I want to apologize to Leah personally, and I want to commit to all of you that I'm going to make sure I circulate an update around the same time as when I circulate the 72-hour update to remind you of the components of that particular set of rules and walk you through it. And if you know you're not going to be here ahead of time in the future, you follow the bylaw around that. The other thing I wanted to highlight real quick, I'll PDF the rest of this and just send it out after the fact because I wrote this up somewhat late and after the 72-hour deadline. But the main things I wanted to call out are, one, we did not formally co-host these events, but we had a presence and we amplified these events in our social media. The Eid Tenderloin Street Fair, the hands-off demonstration that took place on April 5th, and the SF Unity Rally for Immigrant Community on April 15th. Those were all great events. I attended almost all of them and documented them and put them on our social. This past month, we also kicked off the Dems on the Move initiative that Chair Tung talked about. The first event we had was a cleanup that we did with Soma West CBD and Refuse Refuse and others. We had 20 plus volunteers, and several of them came up to the chair and myself and others afterwards and provided really positive feedback about how that went and how they want to see more community volunteers and service type events like that. So we're scheming. And then the last thing I'll say, and I'll just leave the rest for you, I'll circulate it via document afterwards, is the website that I was talking about for multiple meetings in the past finally launched. So sfdems.org is now live. It's which should be somewhat similar to the old website, but the main things that are different is it's much more visual. You should have gotten an update about it. You should have by now seen it. If you have any comments, questions, concerns, feedback, thoughts, I would love to hear them. If you are a member of the public, I would love for you to go to the website and use the contact form to submit feedback. And if you're a member of this body, you know how to get a hold of me. You can also just email me, bob@sfdems.org. You know how to get a hold of me. The rest I will circulate in writing after the meeting because I didn't get a chance to write most of this down until 2 days ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director, for your report. We also have a spot on our agenda for our Region 7 Director, Honey Kelly. Is she present?
She's not, but she asked me to pass along a few updates relating to convention.
Please.
I'll be brief. She forwarded an email that she says you all should have gotten by now. The subject line would have said, please read, ! CDB pre-convention Region 7 delegate meeting. She wants to make sure you're aware that she's hosting a pre-convention meeting to kind of orient you all to the logistics of convention on April the 27th from 1 to 2:30 p.m. on Zoom. If you did not get this email for whatever reason, please make sure you reach out to Henny and get a hold of her and get her to pass the details along. In that, she wants to highlight that they're going to be talking through the items that are going to be on the agenda. They're going to be talking through the process for applying for a caucus. We're talking through a bunch of those things. The one thing I want to draw your attention to are the logistics around proxies, making sure you're aware that this is exactly what I wrote down. Members should ensure that they've paid their CDP dues and convention registration fees, and if it's still available, sign up for the room block that the California Democratic Party has on file. All of these details are available at cdpconvention.org/register. If you need assistance identifying someone to proxy for you, please let myself know, let Henny know, not me, Henny, and I'm happy to help. Of course, you will need to be comfortable with that person, so make sure you talk to them. If you are sending a proxy, ensure that you fill out the necessary hard copy proxy forms on the CDP website and then submit them via the form portal. And that is due, by the way, by May 6th. And if you do it after May 6th, you're going to have to make sure your proxy brings a physical copy of it with them. In fact, I would frankly recommend they bring a hard copy of it anyway, just to be safe. That's it. That's all I got on the paper. That's the update that Henny gave me.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to item number 16, out of order. It's Member Dorsey's resolution supporting recovery inclusive homeless services. Member Dorsey, would you like to speak to your resolution?
Thank you so much, everybody. So this is a values resolution about the inclusion of recovery services for people who are unhoused, homeless folks in California that who are also seeking to be in recovery or who may be in recovery. Assemblymember Matt Haney last year introduced legislation that won unanimous support in the Assembly, but ended up not getting through the Senate, but it's back as AB 255 this year. I think there's a lot of optimism for it. Also last March, Prop 1, the ballot measure, the bond that had mental health and substance abuse treatment services, had specific authorization for recovery housing, for permanent supportive housing. Locally, I'm working with Raphael Mandelman to make sure that we have drug-free and recovery housing options in our permanent supportive housing portfolio. And Mayor Lurie is actually experimenting with a very promising approach called the Restore program in shelters for people who are on medication-assisted treatment. So inclusion of the recovery community in these kinds of services is happening, and it's something that I think reflects the values of the Democratic Party of inclusion. So this is something that Assemblymember Haney has really been a champion on, and at the local level, I am working with Board President Raphael Mandelman as well. So I would appreciate your support to put this on the agenda. My apologies for this not making the cut originally, and Nancy's not all solely to blame. And I hope I can have your support for it.
Thank you, Member Dorsey. Member Haney by proxy, would you like to speak to the resolution? Okay, thank you. Discussion, I see Member Avalos.
Thank you, and I appreciate having the opportunity to discuss this and to vote on it as well. I was at a housing conference earlier this year, and I had a presentation from Abstinence Recovery Housing that was done in Oregon. What was really interesting about it is that, of course, it fits with other options. It's not just this is the only thing that's being promoted, but it recognized that people who are in recovery, and they could be in abstinence-only housing, can relapse. And there was actually, I'd like to know your philosophy around that and what kind of accommodation should be where people can still maintain access to recovery housing should they happen to be struggling with relapse.
Right. This is a great question. I appreciate the opportunity to respond. So Housing First is a construct that we want to remove barriers to housing when it comes to people who are unsheltered and on the street. We don't ever want to have requirements, but even back in 2016 or 2015, the Obama administration's HUD said that the Housing First construct should include recovery housing options. The Biden administration would, through guidance from SAMHSA 2 years ago, issued directions on how recovery housing would be different kinds of levels, from self-governing to therapeutic communities. And as you might imagine, recovery residences always deal with returns to use and relapse. So there are best practices that are written into that. No one in a recovery residence should be evicted onto the street for a relapse. Usually people are offered services. The standard is actually very close to the standard for drug tolerant housing or Housing First models, where the standard is when it becomes disruptive to the recovery community. I think because we have drug tolerant housing, sort of more traditional Housing First availability here in San Francisco and in California, we would have places, if people may also decide that, listen, abstinence isn't for me. But we should make sure that my philosophy is no one should be evicted onto the street. The standard would be whether it's disruptive to the community, but that's the existing standard anyway. And SAMHSA actually has some great guidelines. It's the National Association of Recovery Residences, or NAR, that have detailed best practices on how this is handled.
All right, any other discussion? Anyone else? No? Any other discussion regarding this resolution?
I move to adopt.
May I have a motion?
I move to adopt this resolution.
Motion to adopt by Member Dorsey. Any second? second by member Philhauer. Let's do a roll call vote.
Point of information.
Point of information.
Was there already a motion, did you guys motion to put it on the agenda? Just-
Yeah, there was the approval of the agenda meeting minutes.
Yes, the item 16 was added to the agenda in item 2, which carried, I believe, by acclamation. Going to this vote, on the motion to approve item 16, the resolution supporting recovery inclusive homeless services, sponsored by Dorsey and Haney. Starting a roll call vote. Alioto Pierre.
Aye.
Aye. Arce.
Aye.
Aye. Avalos.
Aye.
Aye. Kalamuchi.
Aye.
Aye. Chan.
Abstain.
Abstain. Chandler.
Aye.
Aye. Chen. Myself is aye. Coles.
Aye.
Aye. Dorsey.
Aye.
Aye. Galata.
Aye.
Aye. Gupta.
Yes.
Aye. Hare.
Aye.
Aye. Ho.
Aye.
Aye. Kim Proxy Simpson.
Abstain.
Abstain. Lai.
Aye.
Aye. Mahmood Proxy Hare.
Aye.
Aye. Kingsbury.
Aye.
Aye. Win Proxy Ochoa. Abstain. Abstain. Philhauer.
Aye.
Aye. San Girardi Proxy Philhauer.
Aye.
Aye. 2.
Yes.
Aye. Pelosi. Aye. Mullen.
Aye.
Aye. Kunalakis. Abstain. Ma. Aye. Cohen. Aye. Weiner. Aye. Haney. Aye. Stephanie. Aye. I'm sorry. Akbar.
Aye.
Aye. And Chair Tung.
Aye.
Aye. Have all those who wish to vote voted? By a vote of 27 ayes, 0 no, 4 abstentions, the motion carries.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, member Dorsey and member Haney. Moving on to agenda item number 8, a resolution on combating public corruption and restoring trust in government. Member Kingsbury, would you like to present? I am also a co-author on this resolution. Oh.
Thank you, Chair Tone. This resolution is pretty simple. It reasserts or reaffirms our zero tolerance stance towards corruption in public office and supports us having stronger systems of transparency, disclosure, and independent ethics enforcement. It came about from conversations that I had, not just with friends that left the Democratic Party, but on the campaign trail throughout this last year. And I know it was reflected in conversations that all of us had on the campaign trail. I think one of the fundamental things that we have to do as a Democratic Party is to win back the trust of voters. I heard from so many public commenters today that we've lost that trust. And one of the ways we've lost that trust is the perception, which I tend to think is incorrect, that the party does tolerate corruption. So the reason I brought this forward is because I want us to state emphatically that we have a zero tolerance stance. And I saw something that was kind of striking when I was doing the research for this. According to a YouGov poll that was done in January of this year, 61% of Americans believe most local elected officials are corrupt, which is ridiculous. 52% say the same about Democratic mayors, including a quarter of Democrats, more than half of independents, nearly 3/4 of Republicans. Local government is the government that is closest to the people. And if people have lost faith in local government, not just in Washington, but in city halls, then we can't just shrug it off. We need to say something. I want to address just one other thing, because I know it's been brought up, and I think Member Avalos, you brought this up. This resolution does not address Republicans. And I would absolutely welcome a conversation.
I didn't make anything about Republicans.
No. Well, you mentioned Elon Musk and Republicans in our conversation. But
It's hard not to.
exactly. I welcome us having another resolution about this because what they are doing is dangerous and awful. And it's hard to come up with adjectives to use for what's going on. But this resolution specifically is about us. And it's about whether we as Democrats are willing to stand up and clean our own house. So that's why I brought this forward. Remember, Chair Tom, do you want to say something?
I think it's really important that we win back the trust of Democrats and voters. And anti-corruption, I think, is one of the fundamental ways to show that our government is working. When we don't tolerate it and affirmatively seek out any type of corruption or waste in our public dollars being spent, I think it will do a lot to win back the trust of voters. Is there any discussion? Member Avalos.
Yes, I appreciate that. I saw this resolution and I just thought, there's probably better ways to demonstrate the faith in us than passing a resolution about corruption. And it made me feel like, well, if I vote against this, am I actually for corruption? And I don't think any of us are here around the table are here because we believe in corruption. And then when I see this very general statement about nod and a wink, you know what we're talking about, corruption in San Francisco and embezzlement. I don't know what this is referring to. It just seems like we're using kind of innuendo and the sense of the public distrust to actually perform for them that we are against corruption. And I don't think it does anything to actually satisfy the public. And then we had a display here, labor and community folks who are here on a particular measure, and the author of the measure, the proxy, is not allowed to speak. That does not create trust. I wouldn't say that's corrupt, but that's not unifying our party, and it certainly isn't making our party safe with labor. So I just think that this is very performative, and I know if I vote against this, I'll be like accused of being for corruption, but I'm gonna vote no.
Thank you, Member Avalos. Member Gallardo.
Thank you, Chair Tong. Yes, I wanted to just echo some of the comments from Member Avalos just on this, and I understand and I agree. I think we all agree that public corruption erodes trust in our government. And as someone who's worked in government in our city for a long time, I definitely understand the importance, right, that we need to show that San Francisco government is accountable and transparent to the voters. But I also think the party, I appreciate stepping out on this right now, but I harken back to November when there was a ballot measure, Prop C, to establish an inspector general to root out corruption at City Hall. And this party did not support that measure. So I'm scratching head just because I understand the statements tonight of this is an issue and a top priority for the party, but why not in November was this party not out front? And I think the issue is the politics, right? Of like who is sponsoring that measure versus what is actually good governance and are we really taking that, are we playing politics here? Are we actually really committed to rooting out corruption and looking at policy solutions that are going to help us move the needle there? Because my other issue with this resolution, I will be abstaining tonight, is because there's no specificity on what are we going to do to actually address the issue, right? Like, let's actually take action on this issue, not just make value statements, because again, I agree, it's performative otherwise. So let's get behind things like the Inspector General, which, by the way, the voters adopted. Because the voters, to your point, right, we want to show, the voters are saying we want to address this issue. The party didn't support it, but the voters did. So I think this is the conversation we need to have, is what does it actually look like? Let's drill down. I've heard members here speak about we need to focus on tangible, actionable, right, kind of statements and resolutions. That's not here for me in this resolution, so I'm going to be abstaining, but I really just ask us to really think, and a number of the resolutions tonight, what are the specific actions this party can commit on a policy front, right? to address these issues that we're bringing forward here. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Galata. Is there anyone else who'd like to, Member Alioto Pier?
Thank you, Member Galata and Member Avalos for your comments. I will say that I did support the Inspector General and thought it was a good idea. And I will also be supporting this particular resolution as well, because I think that it is important, particularly after the issues that San Francisco has had since the election, that and during the election, that we start talking about it. I think this is a very good step, but I certainly agree with you that we should be coming up with active and proactive ideas that are more tangible. But I will be supporting this statement as a first step, I hope, in the right direction, or maybe the second step after the Inspector General. But I certainly appreciate both your comments. And I want to thank Member Kingsbury and Chair Tung for their work on this.
Thank you, Member Alioto Pier. Any other member wishing to speak on the matter? All right. I was just checking if you're taking the mic. Okay. Seeing no further discussion, can I have a motion to consider the item or to vote on the item? So moved by Member Alioto Pier, a second. Second by Member Gupta. Let's do a roll call vote.
Kelly, restate the motion.
Yes, this is item 8, motion to approve a resolution on combating public corruption and restoring trust in government. The sponsors, lead authors are Kingsbury and Tung. This is a roll call vote, starting with Avalos.
Abstain.
Abstain, Calamucci.
Aye.
Aye, Chan.
Abstain.
Abstain, Chandler.
Yes.
Aye, Chen, myself is aye, Colts.
Yes.
Aye, Dorsey.
Aye.
Aye, Galata.
Abstain.
Abstain, Gupta.
Yes.
Aye, Hare.
Yes.
Aye, Ho.
Aye.
Aye, Kim.
Aye.
Aye, Lai.
Aye.
Aye, Mahmood.
Aye.
Aye, Kingsbury.
Aye.
Aye, Wynn.
Abstain.
Abstain, Philhauer.
Aye.
Aye, Sangivardi.
Aye.
Aye, 2.
Yes.
Aye, Akbar.
Aye.
Aye, Alioto Pier.
Aye.
Aye, Arce.
Aye.
Aye, ex officios Pelosi.
Aye.
Aye, Mullen.
Aye.
Aye, Kunalakis.
Abstain.
Abstain, Ma.
Aye.
Aye, Cohen.
Abstain.
Abstain, Wiener.
Aye.
Aye, Haney.
Aye.
Aye, Stephanie.
Aye.
Aye, Chertoff.
Aye.
Aye. Of all those who wish to vote, voted. By a vote of 25 ayes, 0 noes, 6 abstain, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Co-sponsors.
Yes. So call for co-sponsors on item number 9. I'm sorry, number 8, public corruption. Any co-sponsors? All right, and I forgot, Member Gupta. Member Lai, Director Lai. Okay, and then I also forgot to ask for co-sponsors on Member Dorsey's resolution. Are there any co-sponsors for Member Dorsey's resolution? Member Akbar, or Vice Chair Akbar, Director Lai, Member Ho. And Director Colts. And Member Alioto Pier. Okay, moving, let us take a quick 5-minute break for use of the facilities or stretch break, 5 minutes. We'll resume at 9:32.
Yeah.
around here. I didn't know you lived around here. I would ask your help. I gotta start.
Members, to reconvene, we're at 5 minutes. If I could have members of the public, please sit down. And if I could have members of the DCCC, please retake your seats. All right, if I could have everyone take their seats, we're up on our 5 minutes. And Chair Tung, you asked me to remind you, we do have a hard stop in the space of 11, so let's, I'm not saying we rush, but let's, yeah. All right, members of the public can take their seats. If members of the body could take their seats, thank you very much.
All right, members, let's resume the meeting. Calling the meeting back to order. We are considering item number 9, a resolution calling for the exploration of a mandatory retirement age for public officials. This is Member Kingsbury's resolution. The chair acknowledges Member Kingsbury.
Thank you so much. I brought this resolution forward because I think it's time that we take seriously the question of age in public service. Voters are already having this conversation, and I believe the Democratic Party should be willing to engage in it. This resolution doesn't set a number, it doesn't change the law, it doesn't apply to federal officials. It simply asks whether we should consider a maximum age for state and local elected officials and judges in California. We've all seen moments recently when the demands of leadership start to outpace someone's ability to meet them. Often, out of respect or uncertainty, those around them carry the load. Things slow down. The public sees less and they start to wonder. They're reminders of how unprepared our system can be for transitions. And when that happens, even well-meaning silence can leave people unsure about who is leading. California law, aligned with federal standards, already allows for a mandatory retirement age for what's called, quote, a high policymaking position, a role with real authority, lasting influence, and a guaranteed pension. That doesn't just describe private executives. It fits many public officials too. And we wouldn't be alone in asking this question. More than 30 states already have mandatory retirement ages for judges. California is not one of them. It reflects how serious and enduring these roles are, and how important it is to make space for renewal in institutions that people rely on most. San Francisco and California have never been afraid to ask hard questions when the moment calls for it. This is one of those moments. And if we're willing to lead, we might just give others around the country the permission to do the same.
Thank you, member. Oh. Thank you, member Kingsbury. Let me just interrupt for just a moment. I want to acknowledge member Arce again. Where did he go? He's out the door. Member Arce had a longstanding commitment for tonight. He exceeded his time allotment to be here. But he has designated Bruce Agid as a one-time proxy in his first proxy on his first meeting.
So he's gonna burn one here. So welcome Bruce Agid as proxy for member Arsick. So back to item number 9, the resolution. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, Member Chan.
Thank you. And I want to say this resolution is offensive on many fronts. And I'm going to give an example, not just, I know it's addressed only to local government, but that brings to the most recently successful election of Oakland Mayor Barbara Lee, and the most recent, our San Mateo County Supervisor Jackie Spear. And of course, while it does not indicate, federal officials, clearly Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, and really just to think about that, if we were to talk about really qualification of candidates and the elected official, but most importantly, leadership development, then let's talk about those issues. Age is not a problem. The problem is the quality of the candidate and their understanding and the knowledge about both local government, state government, and federal government, and actually how to govern. That is really where the problem with the Democratic Party is, to present policy solutions to voters to say why we deserve to win office and lead and govern. It's not the age, because clearly voters are saying Barbara Lee still speak for them in Oakland, Jackie Spears still speak for them in San Mateo County, and certainly Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi speak for me. So for all those fronts, I find this, again, a resolution. It's offensive. It's actually gearing and addressing not the issue at its root cause, but just simply to somehow ageism. It's a discrimination against people that actually have experience and of their age and of their lived experience and so much more. So I'm going to be not only voting against it tonight, should it pass at this body, I will continue to voice my opposition against it. Thank you. Member Alvarez.
Thank you, Member Chan, Supervisor Chan. And actually, I voted for the last ones, indicating that I wasn't, because I'm actually really interested in, at this moment when we have a dictatorship that's taking away our constitutional rights and is denying jurisdictions the ability to take care of our very own here in San Francisco and across the country, that the party has to unite. We have to unite with the working class. We have to unite with the people who are actually persecuted the most by the dictatorship. And so I voted against the corruption. I voted for I voted against corruption. So I said I wasn't going to do that. But this measure I will vote against because I actually think it divides the party. It actually does not unite our party together. And I will say something that does get to corruption, though, and something that we should be united on. We should be united on how our elections are polluted by Citizens United, by corporate personhood that allows corporations to have unfettered spending in our elections, that allows Elon Musk to buy elections in swing states to win a presidential election. And some people believe he may have stolen the elections to actually try to flip a judge seat in Wisconsin with his money and to pay people millions of dollars. That is something we should be uniting our party around, not about the age of people. If we actually take corporate money out of politics, we're able to actually look at candidates on their merits, on their experience, on the leadership they provide. These are the things that the Democratic Party should stand for. These are the things that if we unite together here on issues like corporate personhood, Citizens United, here and across the country, we can actually win back, our country from the dictatorship that it's in right now. So I'm actually, I'm going to be voting no on this. I actually would think it'd be great to continue it and gut and amend and have a resolution that is more about what we need to actually have in our candidates in our elections, and that how we're really fighting against corruption and the corporate dollars that are polluting our ability to see clearly what our election should be about. So that's where I'm going to be standing. So I appreciate the opportunity to vote no on this.
Thank you, Member Avalos. Are there any other members who'd like to speak on this issue? So I just have a couple of remarks. Member Kingsbury just described, some very thoughtful reasons, I thought, about why we should have an exploration of age limits. And this is not setting a particular age. It's not setting, it's just an exploration. And I think the majority of Americans really would like to see some age limits, or a maximum age for public officials and judges. A Pew Institute survey in 2023, and this was before the 2024 election, indicated that 76 of Democrats favored age restrictions or age limits for elected officials, and 82% of Democrats favored one for Supreme Court justices. I do think that when you have people who, because of the power of incumbency, stay in office time and time again, election cycle after election cycle, or even moving from one office to another, it does stymie growth for younger leaders, because there's no predictability around when somebody might decide to retire or decide that they don't want to serve in public office anymore. I think it's a conversation. It's a hard conversation to have, but I think it's a conversation that our party needs to have. So for that reason, I'll be voting aye on this. And if there is no further discussion, Member Dorsey.
So I've really been conflicted on this, and I agree that this is raising questions that we should consider, and I think probably, as an elected official of advancing age, maybe I should, that it may make me think about making sure that there's opportunities for others coming up. To the extent this is something that raises important questions, I do wonder, and this is kind of, I think, where I'm coming down, proposing the resolution accomplish that. And I don't know, I feel like this, just hearing from some people about how this is going to be heard and felt, I don't feel proud about supporting it. I've really been undecided, but I think I'm going to vote against it because I think it did what it set out to do, which was to have a conversation and to get people thinking about this.
Thank you, Member Dorsey. Director Coles.
Thank you. I agree. This is a very complicated issue fraught with polarization, but I think the spirit of it is one that we should embrace, which is how do we ensure that our democracy continues to be healthy and vibrant. And I also want to pick up on something that you said, Member Kingsbury, which is that there are precedents for age caps for many different jobs. So I'll give you one specific example. I work at Kaiser Permanente, and there in the Permanente medical group is a retirement age requirement of 65. So I don't think that just because there is an age cap in certain professions that is necessarily ageism. And I would encourage us not to focus on individual exceptions where we think, oh, this individual is 90, but they are so incredibly competent that we should make this the case for all elected officials. So I think we should engage in this conversation because we need to do everything we can to fight the lethargy and the lack of faith in democracy. And so I think it's a conversation that the party should have.
Thank you very much, Director Coles. Member Gulati.
Thank you, Chair Chun. Yeah, I did want to say just a few words on this as well. I just think earlier tonight we heard, the importance of the party being a big tent. And I really think that we as a party have always been a multi-generational, multiracial party focused on working people, focused on bringing people into our tent. Now, we have challenges around that. We have not always been successful. But I think the Democratic Party needs to, in this moment, not be pushing people out, pushing people to the side, many of whom have been some of our strongest leaders and experts who have carried the banner of our party and have put in work for this party, right? And I think, what we should be doing, I think, is actually looking at building up new leadership, which I think can be done while respecting our elders and the folks who have led our party and led our movements for so long, but also build up young folks to run for office. This party should be investing actually in young people, our San Francisco Young Democrats. I know there's some in the room tonight, but I think we need everyone. We need our strongest players in this game right now, and we have them. When I look out and I see, what I love right now is seeing Senator Bernie Sanders out there standing next to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. That to me is the Democratic Party right now, right? That is multi-generational, that is multiracial, that is movement building work that's happening, that is torch passing that's happening. And I don't want to see Bernie step aside. I don't want to see many of our leaders at the helm who have been holding it down step aside. So I just think I'm not supporting this resolution tonight. I just don't think this is the issue we should be focused on. I think it's about bringing people in and holding it down for the people who have held it down for us.
Thank you, Member Gallardo. Is there any other member who wishes to speak on this item? Seeing none, may I have a motion to vote on this item? Motion to vote Aliota Pure, Member Pure, second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Kingsbury. Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please?
This is a motion to approve item 9, resolution calling for the exploration of a mandatory retirement age for public officials. Lead author is Kingsbury. Calling the roll, Kalamucci.
Aye.
Aye. Chan.
No.
No. Chandler.
Abstain.
Abstain. Chen, myself is aye. Coles.
Aye.
Aye. Dorsey.
No.
No. Galata.
No.
No. Gupta.
Yes.
Aye. Hare.
Aye.
Aye. Ho.
Aye.
Aye. Kim.
No.
No. Lai.
Aye.
Aye. Mahmood.
Aye.
Aye. Kingsbury. Aye. Win.
No.
No. Philhar.
Aye.
Aye. Sanjivardi.
Aye.
Aye. 2.
Aye.
Aye. Akbar.
Aye.
Aye. Alioto Pier.
Abstain.
Abstain. Arce Proxy Agate.
Aye.
Aye. Avalos.
No.
No. Ex officios Pelosi.
No.
No. Mullen.
No.
No. Kunalakis.
Abstain.
Abstain. Ma.
Abstain.
Abstain. Cohen.
Abstain.
Abstain. Wiener.
Abstain.
Abstain. Haney.
Abstain.
Abstain. Stephanie.
Abstain.
Abstain. Chair Thomas.
Aye.
Aye. Have all those who wish to vote voted? Let's see, there are 31 members present, of which 23 did not abstain. Of those, there are 15 aye, 8 no. The motion carries.
Congratulations, Member Kingsbury. We're moving on to item number 10. Member Nguyen, a resolution condemning the deportation of gay asylum seeker and all extrajudicial deportations by the Trump administration. Member Nguyen, by proxy, would you like to present on this item?
Yes, thank you so much. Putting my Michael Nguyen Juicy Lou hat on. So when I read this message, just know it's coming from Michael. But thank you, Chair, fellow Democrats. Now is the time to unite together in our unwavering support of all those being detained, disappeared, and deported without due process at the hands of this lawless authoritarian regime. We cannot be meek or timid in our response, and we cannot be divided on this issue. The ability of a state power to round up anyone and deport them to a foreign gulag should terrify everyone and every freedom-loving American. We should not cower in fear. Instead, we must rise united to fight this evil. My parents lost their home country of South Vietnam to an oppressive and violent regime 50 years ago this month. As political refugees, the American government accepted them into this country and treated them with dignity and respect. I brought this resolution forward because I could not believe that this same country has now disappeared and deported vulnerable migrants who also fled their home countries for a chance at the American dream. Now we're in an American nightmare of unprecedented proportions. LGBTQ people have seen our very existence criminalized. Let me say this quite simply, that no human being is illegal. We should all have the freedom to exist without fear of being rounded up, disappeared, and deported by some secret modern-day Gestapo. We must protect the bedrock, fundamental, constitutionally protected right to due process at all costs. Democrats cannot be afraid of defending these stances. We cannot act like this is normal. We must use every tool to ensure the safety of those seeking refuge in the United States. I invite you to support this resolution tonight and then join Michael at the Bring Him Back protest march and rally in the Castro this Saturday on April 26th at noon at Jane Warner Plaza, which is at 60th and Castro. Want to thank my colleagues John Avalos, Peter Galata, Connie Chan, Gordon Marr, Josanne Girardi, Michael Lai, and Dan Calamucci for their early support in co-sponsoring this resolution. We must raise our voices and fight back against these attacks on our rights. Andrea Jose Hernandez Romero, Kilmar Obrego Garcia, and so many others who have been deported should be returned home to the United States. And I also want to add that this would, passing this motion would include signing on to the action on Saturday, the 26th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Proxy for Member Nguyen. It's quite a hat you're wearing. So members, anyone like to discuss this? Member Weiner.
Thank you, Chair Tung. Senator Weiner asked me to read the following. Andre Hernandez Romero is a young gay man who did nothing except live his best life and seek asylum in our country from a repressive Venezuelan regime. He came here like so many before him to make a better life for himself. Instead of giving him that opportunity, our country, under the leadership of our despicable fascist president, greeted him by sending him to a concentration camp in El Salvador without a shred of due process. We need to remember and go to the mat for Andre and for all of the innocents who are now in this gulag. We need to pray for their lives and their health. Trump and Bukele are both psychopaths who need to be held severely accountable for the lives they are upending and destroying.
Thank you, Member Weiner. Members, any other members wishing to speak?
Chair Tung?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Chair Tung. And I just want to first say that Member Cohen has given me permission to speak on my heart on something that is I'm very passionate about. The words that I'm going to speak are not necessarily the opinions of Controller Malia Cohen. I think that this is a brilliantly written resolution. It really does get to the heart of what's going on with Anjari. I apologize if I mispronounced his name, and so many folks who are having their visas revoked, who are being detained illegally, et cetera, in this fascist regime. But the part that I take exception with is actually the resolved issue. And I don't want to speak for San Francisco Pride. Of course, being the former president, I am privy to a lot of conversations, and it's not my story to tell. But number one, I want to remind folks that for the first time in the time that I've been paying attention to San Francisco Pride, you actually have quite a number of migrants that are on the board. You have quite a number of queer, trans, non-binary people are on the board who have actually experienced firsthand what we are doing this resolution in regards to. They've consulted with their own experiences. They've consulted with their friends and family around them. They've consulted with organizations who are actually doing this work and made the decision to not do a performative action such as making this a honorary grand marshal. And I can't in consciousness allow how do I tell this without telling their story? This part of the resolution is participating in a bullying campaign against San Francisco Pride, an organization that is right now, as we speak, planning the biggest Pride celebration to bring the most amount of queer folks into our city at a time when we know that it's probably going to be the most dangerous Pride that we've ever put on.
And so I just want folks to remember that there would, instead of making Andrade a grand marshal, they're actually going to make his issue and all of the other migrants' issue the center point of their human rights campaign, summit that they now do every year during Pride, where they're going to talk about tangible ways that we can actually organize to support these individuals. But we've had a lot of folks in here today talk about performative action. I am proudly one of the 92% who refuse to participate in performative action. I always say that performative action is you advocating your responsibility to actually act. We need to be participating in the conversations that are going to bring these people home. I remember when Brittany Griner was being detained in Russia, I had the opportunity to be a part of the group of Black women from across the nation. It was Black women, no one else who was thinking about Brittany Griner in that detention facility in Russia. It was them getting together and organizing collectively and actually speaking with representatives, speaking with leaders. I know that unfortunately on the federal level, we don't have that many friends to talk to, but we need to find the people who are supporting of this. We need to find the organizations here in San Francisco, and there are a lot of them. You have Trans Latinas, you have the LGBT Asylum Project, you have, I can't even think, because I'm kind of nervous right now, all of the organizations who are actually doing that work. It is not going to be making someone a grand marshal that's going to make sure that this person is not deported. So I don't want this body to be used as a bully pulpit, to be bullying an organization of folks who are actually affected by this issue in real time. I greatly urge an amendment to take that portion out. And when it comes to the part of the resolve where we're talking about where we're sending it to those organizations that are doing the work regarding queer and trans migrants. But I cannot in good consciousness vote affirmative for something. Yes, and I'm kind of in the same boat as Member Avalos, where he said, I don't want to vote no, because then people will be saying Malia Cohen is against or is for detaining migrants. That is not true. But I cannot in consciousness give a yay to something that in the end is going to be used by folks who really intend to just bully people. I don't want that to be the story. And that is the conversation that's within the queer community right now.
So let me ask a point of clarification from Member Cohen. Are you suggesting that the resolve clause be amended to remove
remove the part that says, let me bring it back up here. The resolve, the and part that says and supports Cleve Jones and a longtime activist and his call to action for every Pride organization in the U.S. to name Andrade Jose Hernandez Romero as the honorary grand marshal immediately and make press announcements to garner publicity for his plight that might save his life.
I see. Let me ask proxy for Member Nguyen if he would be open to a friendly amendment.
Yes, I'm messaging Member Nguyen right now. He's open to amendments, and I think that's I would consider that a friendly amendment to remove that language.
You're very friendly. Don't take my voice. Well, I've just never spoken before this body before, and those who know me know that I'm usually very loud. I'm not being loud.
Well, Member Cohen / Mayor, we love your voice, and I like to consider myself an ally to the LGBTQ community, but I'm also not well versed within their internal political struggles. And so I appreciate everything that you've said about this particular portion of the resolve clause. And if it were to have that amendment, I would support this. I will say that, as a lawyer, the lack of due process that is occurring at the federal level is shocking to me. That people who are legally here, or that there is a process for removal that has been followed by administration after administration, is being completely ignored. That is so offensive to me as somebody who has sworn to uphold the Constitution, and I try to do so every single day when I am at work. So this idea that this presidential administration is rewriting our Constitution as we live and breathe in this country, that they are not only trying to take away birthright citizenship, which is really illegal, but I will say that I left the country on vacation and then coming back in, I had a moment where I thought, am I gonna be let back into the country? You know, I'm an American citizen. I was born in this country. And to think about, to have that moment where I'm thinking like, are they gonna let me back in? Do they know I'm a Democrat? Do they know that I'm the party chair? And will I be detained at the border? That was a thought that I know must be on the minds of every single person who is of an immigrant community, who has legal or undocumented status or questionable, that they don't have permanent status, and of the people who are being specifically targeted in the LGBTQ community. And when you mix that all together, you have the most vulnerable, the most marginalized community right now, and the target of this Republican administration. And so I'm very grateful that Member Nguyen has brought this to the party for us to vote on, and I do hope that he will accept that friendly amendment. Director Lai.
I was in New York City the last couple days and I met with a friend of mine who's an immigration lawyer who was at the US Department of Labor, and then also a friend who's going to be clerking for Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson this fall. And I have never seen them so scared for something. They were talking specifically about the Kilmar Garcia case, the Rego Garcia case, and the fact that that particular case could trigger a constitutional crisis because the Trump administration might be refusing to follow the Supreme Court's order to facilitate his return. So all of this is despicable, but that one in particular, just to see friends of mine who are really close to this and have been through Trump 1 and fighting Trump 1, how scared they were. I think we really have to pay attention to this. That's why I joined as a co-sponsor. If there's anything I can do to help, just folks in the audience, I would love to. And if folks haven't seen it, Ezra Klein has a new podcast that The Emergency Is Now, specifically about the Kilmar Rego Garcia case that I think is really worth a listen.
Member Aliota Pierre.
I just want to speak to the amendment because it's a pretty big one. And I'm not sure I don't know if Member Nguyen would consider it, an appropriate one, because I think it's a big part of what this resolution is all about. And I mean this obviously with all due respect to your feelings about this. Cleve Jones, and I might be dating myself here, but he's a hero. You know, for all of us who were in San Francisco during the AIDS crisis, he was really the person who brought AIDS to the forefront. The quilt, the way that it traveled around this country and the emotion that it brought and the way it tied people together was really significant. And when I read this, support Cleve Jones, a longtime gay activist, to be honest with you, more than just a gay activist, he really brought a lot to AIDS research, to, it went beyond the gay community, quite frankly, he did. And his call to action for every pride organization in the United States to name Andre Jose Hernandez Romero as an honorary Grand Marshal immediately, to me, that is an act that carries weight. And I would hate to see that part of this go, to be quite frank, and to be honest. And my only hesitation is that I want to make sure that Member Nguyen is okay with that amendment, because to me, it's a pretty big one.
Can I just answer that?
Yes, recognizing Member Cohen.
I don't like ever using the word dating anyone. I mean, we just had a conversation about that.
Thanks.
But unfortunately, to be quite honest, that's the crux of the issue. And I wanted to go back and actually look at another former president, Michelle Niao, when she was talking about, and I probably won't be able to find it where she says, we're all going to have an opinion about how we address this terror. Just one answer is not the only answer. Not one person's heroic attempt is the movement. And I think that that's what's dividing the community right now, is because people are being bullied, not because anyone has the right answer, but because one person has decided that they have the answer. And I think that that's the part that I can't really get behind, is because again, you have migrants. Some of the members of that board have just recently become citizens of this country since they've been on the board, and I mean in recent 2 to 3 years. I don't like the way that these people, and they're not all young, these people are being essentially told that they're going to be shamed and bullied when they are actually committing to do the actual groundwork. So I understand what you're saying, and I understand the idea of people being icons and all of those things. I'm not going to go too further into that, but I will say that I don't want anyone to ever feel that that one person has the answer, that they have the right to shame, to bully, especially after we've just had a conversation about young people, bringing young people into any movement. We're telling young people that their voice doesn't matter because this older person who's been doing this for 20, 30, 40 years, who did a very important work, granted for that, but we're telling them that their voice doesn't matter, and they are the deciding factor here. So that's all that I have to say about that. We've had a lot of these conversations already in this room, and now we're kind of backtracking on that.
Thank you, Member Cohen.
If I may, 2 seconds.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying, but one person taking a step forward and the resolution, really what I'm really trying to emphasize here is that Member Nguyen is trying to do something, and I want to make sure that we are representing what his true thoughts are. I mean, he might, I don't know. Is he okay with the amendment? Does he want to take it out? And then it's all moot.
Yes. Yes, thank you for both of your thoughts on this. I am, Member Nguyen is watching, he's traveling, but he is listening in, and so he is supportive of the friendly amendment, really just to make sure that we move forward in unity on this, and I don't want us to divide on, which group
There
is.
will be no fights. I only fight while watching WWE.
We love that. But I'll just say, I'll accept this as a friendly amendment, but could you just specify specifically like which word to begin and which word to end, just so I can make sure?
So beginning at the end, let me bring it
And
back.
supports in the second,
Yes.
the first resolve?
Yes.
Okay.
Into the end of that resolve. And we may want to consider changing who we're sending it to, but the most important part is that second part of the resolve.
Okay, I'll accept that one as the friendly amendment. Member Nguyen did say he wanted the second resolve to still be distributed, but if that's okay. Yes, awesome.
Okay. So then, any other members wishing to speak on this resolution or to give comment on this resolution? All right, seeing none, is there someone who will make a motion to vote on this resolution as amended? Moved by Member Philhauer. Is there a second? Seconded by Member Cohen. Let's have a roll call vote.
This is a motion to approve a resolution condemning deportation of gay asylum seeker and all extrajudicial deportations by the Trump administration. The motion was moved by Philhauer. The resolution author is Nguyen. This is a roll call vote, starting with Chan. Member Chan?
Aye.
Aye. Chandler?
Aye.
Aye. Chen, I saw this. Aye. Coles?
Aye.
Aye. Dorsey?
Aye.
Aye. Galata?
Aye.
Aye. Gupta?
Aye.
Aye. Hare?
Aye.
Aye. Ho?
Aye.
Aye. Kim? Aye. Lai? Aye. Mahmood?
Aye.
Aye. Kingsbury?
Aye.
Aye. Nguyen? Aye. Philhauer?
Aye.
Aye. Sanchirati?
Aye.
Aye. Tu? Aye. Akbar?
Aye.
Aye. Alioto-Pierre?
Aye.
Aye. Arce?
Aye.
Aye. Avalos?
Aye.
Aye. Kalamucci. Aye. Ex officios, Pelosi. Aye. Mullen. Aye. Kunamakis.
Abstain.
Abstain. Ma. Aye. Cohen. Aye. Weiner. Aye. Haney. Aye. Stephanie. Aye. Chair Tung.
Aye.
Aye. There are 30 for aye, 0 for no, 1 for abstain. The resolution, motion carries.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Member Wynn. Let's all wave to Member Wynn. To the camera. Congratulations and thank you for bringing that. Moving on to
Chair
item.
Tung,
Yes.
over here, just remember,
Yes.
proxy, I wanted to entertain a motion just in respect of our labor allies. Could we potentially move up item 15 next to make sure that, I know everybody's got to go to work tomorrow. And so I just want to make sure that we respect their time as well. If we could move up to item 15.
I appreciate that. We're going to try to burn through this as quickly as possible. So, but
I just want to say, if we run out of time, that would be really unfortunate for everybody.
But thank you. Thank you, Member Nguyen. So moving on to item number 11, resolution and commitment to full public safety staffing. It's Member Philhauer and also co-authored by myself. Member Philhauer. Oh, I'm sorry. Does anybody want to co-sponsor in the last? So Member Dorsey, Member Gupta, Director, that's Chandler, Kingsbury, anyone on this side? Hare, Alioto Pure.
Thank you.
Member Philhauer.
Thank you. I think this next resolution, our commitment to full public safety staffing and to transmit that to our state Democratic Party is critical, especially in light of all the community members who came here tonight and echoed a lot of this sentiment. This resolution is centered around the concept and tenet that it is possible to have strong police accountability and accountability system in place, as well as a balanced public safety strategy that includes community policing and support for those who are unhoused and those who are struggling with substance use challenges. So in light of the fact as well that our state party, the last resolution on the books was to defund the police, this reiterates our commitment to full public safety staffing, which includes funding, which includes a balanced strategy to address those who are most in need, and also what a lot of our community members said here tonight.
Thank you, Member Philhauer. Is there any debate or discussion on this item? Debate, any members want to be heard on this item? I know we're all getting tired. All right, seeing no debate, do I have a motion to vote on adoption for this resolution? Alioto Pure, second by Member Dorsey. Can we roll call vote, please?
This is a motion by Elliot Appear to approve the resolution on commitment to full public safety staffing. Authors of the resolution are Philhauer and Tung. Let's see, on a roll call, Chandler.
Yes.
Yes. Chen, myself, aye. Coles.
Aye.
Aye. Dorsey.
Aye.
Aye. Galata.
No.
No. Gupta.
Yes.
Aye. Hare.
Aye.
Aye. Ho.
Aye.
Aye. Kim. Abstain. Lai. Aye. Mahmood.
Aye.
Aye. Kingsbury.
Aye.
Aye. Win.
Abstain.
Abstain. Philhauer.
Aye.
Aye. Sen Girardi.
Aye.
Aye. Tu. Aye. Akbar.
Aye.
Aye. Elliot Appear.
Aye.
Aye. Arce.
Aye.
Aye. Avalos.
Yes.
Pass. Kalamucci.
Aye.
Aye. Chan.
Abstain.
Abstain. Ex officios. Pelosi.
Aye.
Aye. Mullen.
Aye.
Aye. Kunalakis.
Abstain.
Abstain. Ma.
Aye.
Aye. Cohen.
Aye.
Aye. Weiner.
Aye.
Aye. Haney.
Aye.
Aye. Stephanie. Aye. Let's see. Back to Avalos.
Abstain.
Abstain. Chair Tom.
Aye.
Aye. Have all those who wish to vote voted? By a vote of 25 aye, 1 for no, 5 for abstain, the motion carries.
Co-sponsors, Director Coles, Chandler, Lai, Kingsbury, sorry. Kingsbury, okay. Moving on to item number 12, resolution on supporting the construction of more housing in California. This is by Member Chen and Sam Girardi, Member Chen, I'm sorry, Director Chen.
Unfortunately, Member Sangiardi could not make it today, and I'd like to first partnership in this resolution in authoring this. Members, this is similar to, I think, some resolutions that we passed earlier last year. We're talking about California and the housing crisis that affects the state. I think almost everybody I know has a housing story, and it's usually and it affects everybody. And so I like to try to keep a very focused resolution to say that this is a solution, a real thing about housing costs and housing affordability, that where the party can, through advocacy, deliver tangible results that will help people because they will not have to pay as much for housing. They will not have to live in overcrowded conditions, that they will not have to live in their cars. So this is something that really affects everybody. And so I would appreciate your support on this. Thank you. I also will say that in front of you, there are copies of amendments proposed by Member Avalos. I appreciate those amendments, but I did not get them in time to digest, and the level of content is large enough that I feel like it might be better as a separate resolution. And so I will not be accepting those amendments as friendly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members wishing to speak on the motion, I'm sorry, on the resolution. Member Alioto Pier.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Member Chen. As I had asked, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to include as marginalized communities, people with disabilities.
Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot. So I am accepting Member Alioto Pier's amendment. So in the first whereas, the parenthetical statement will now read, including women, Black and Indigenous people, LGBTQ, and particularly trans people, immigrants, people with disabilities, youth, and students. I am also making a amendment to the third whereas clause, where the first two comma clauses will now read, whereas building more housing while taking steps to protect marginalized people from displacement would provide safety and opportunity for millions of current and future Californians, et cetera, et cetera. So those are two changes that I'm making since the 72-hour agenda.
Thank you, Director Chen. Member Avalos.
Thank you, Chair Tong, and want to appreciate Member Chen for bringing this forward. I actually do think that it's important to take a strong stand on housing, and I do appreciate Member Alioto Pier's recommendation as well to include people with disabilities as well into this, and I would like to make. I have a friendly amendment. I know it's not going to be accepted, but I also want my friendly amendment to be amended friendly in a friendly way by Member Alioto Pier, so that those concurrent amendments will be wrapped into this amendment. I actually brought this forward because when I first read this, I actually did not see a real explanation about why we have a housing affordability crisis. It's not simply the supply of housing. I don't claim to be an expert, although I have worked for 3 years on affordable housing advocacy and housing justice and at this Council of Community Housing Organizations, and this is my last week there. I'll have a month off before I get a job in labor, which I look forward to. This is not a unifying statement about housing. It's only one-sided. It just says that we're going to supply enough housing and the costs will be affordable for everyone. We don't even have a system that will build housing that's going to be affordable. We don't have a system that can build enough housing where the costs will come down. Housing is built planning for it to be built at a higher cost for sale or for rental. If you recall, last year, Corey from HAC presented at the Planning Commission saying the rent is too low. That bespeaks the need to actually build housing that's intentionally affordable. We don't do that. Often we have building trades workers who build housing, and when they build market rate housing, most likely they cannot afford to live in the housing that they build. We have these astronomical goals that have been set up for building housing. And for San Francisco, it's 82,000 units of housing that need to be built. 46,598 of those have to be below market rate, which would be equivalent to affordable. That's the greater portion needs to be done affordably. And in San Francisco, we're making decisions actually to do downtown office conversions without any affordability whatsoever to create a luxury neighborhood in defiance of our own state mandates. Year, when it came to putting a regional housing bond on the ballot, the big money blanched, but instead they put their money behind a lot of the candidates who have created the housing goals and the deregulation, the streamlining systems that actually are not achieving any increase in the rate of housing production, and we don't get any affordable housing that's built. Meanwhile, we're upzoning San Francisco to build more market rate housing without anything that's there for affordability. And that seems to be the primary thing that the city is working on, while fascism is, starting to, deport Americans, whether they're non-citizens or citizens. And I look at Americans from Latin America as being Americans too. So this is not a solution that is actually unifying our party and looking after the working class people who are not getting housing built sufficiently enough so that we can actually ensure the abundance that is being talked about. When we hear abundance and we don't include working people, we are not building for everyone. And when everyone is not being served, and a good portion of working people, including people with disabilities and seniors and people who are veterans, and immigrants are being persecuted and getting their services taken away, we are not building a housing supply for all. So I put this resolution together, amendments, as a friendly way that we can actually unite. I did not take away any language from your measure. I did rework some of this so it fits with mine, but I wanted to make sure that we actually were inclusive of all the aspirations that we have around housing, but objectively understand that, supply is one part, but it's the ways that housing is financed, the ways that housing is built, how we include, the need to address housing insecurity for marginalized communities needs to be operationalized, and not just mention that we want to serve marginalized communities. If we have no language that says how we're going to serve marginalized communities, it's just performative. And so I would like the party to stand together, support the working class, to support the people who are most persecuted by this administration, and by having a united party that stands for working class, we can defeat a dictatorship at the national level. If we actually have a party that stands together across our jurisdictions, we can see a rising faith in our party, rather than a domination version of our party where we're putting one part of the party against the other for an abundance that only serves one part of our community. So I would like this measure the amendments I have to be included. And I leave it up to you to decide if that's going to be welcome or not. And I do appreciate you bringing this forward because this is an issue that we do need to unite on. Thank you.
So I believe that Director Chen has already indicated that he would not accept amendments as friendly. So Member Avalos, are you making a motion to amend it pursuant to your suggestions at this point?
I would like to adopt an amendment of the whole. I motion that this amendment of the whole be accepted with the recommendations that came from Member Alioto Pierre.
Okay, so on the floor right now is a motion to amend the resolution presented by Director Chen and Member San Girardi as indicated in this document. Is there a second to that motion?
Member Avalos' motion?
Yes.
Second.
Seconded by Member Galata. Is there any further discussion regarding the motion to amend? So Member Chen, one.
Sorry, I have comment on this, but is this?
So just on the motion to amend, any discussion on the motion to amend, if the motion, if the
Sure, on the motion to amend, I'm
Okay.
gonna oppose the motion, and that's not because I disagree with it, but I just for the one, given that there are proxies who need more time to evaluate things, and also I have supported both ways. I know when there was a kind of something close to a gut and amend of Member Galata's resolution, I supported Member Galata's resolution and opposed the sort of a substantial. I would just encourage folks to either do this earlier or do a separate resolution that would just get more support so that we don't have these kinds of unfriendly large amendments that are really quite substantive.
Okay, thank you, Member Dorsey. Any other comment on the motion to amend? Okay, seeing none, may we have a roll call vote on Member Avalos's motion to amend Director Chen and Member San Girardi's resolution on housing.
Well, Chair Tang, you said that so well, I don't need to repeat it. So this is the motion to amend. Starting with myself, I vote no. Coles. Pass. Dorsey.
No.
No. Galata.
Yes.
Yes. Gupta.
No.
No. Hare.
No.
No. Ho.
No.
No. Kim.
Yes.
I. Kim is I. Lai.
No.
No. Mahmood.
Abstain.
Abstain. Kingsbury.
No.
No. Win.
Yes.
Win is I. Philhauer.
No.
No. San Girardi.
No.
No. Two. No. Akbar.
No.
No. Alioto Pierre.
No.
No. Arce.
Pass.
Pass. Avalos.
Yes.
I. Kalamuchi.
No.
No. Chan. I. Chandler.
Nay.
No. Ex officios. Pelosi.
Abstain.
Abstain. Mullen.
No.
No. Kunalakis.
Abstain.
Abstain. Ma.
Abstain.
Abstain. Cohen.
Abstain.
Abstain. Wiener.
No.
No. Haney.
Abstain.
Abstain. Stephanie.
Abstain.
Abstain. Going back to passes. Coles. No. Arce.
No.
No. Chair Tom.
No.
No. Have all those who wish to vote voted? The vote is 5 for aye, 19 for no, 7 abstain. The motion fails.
Thank you very much, Director Chen. Now we will go back to the resolution in its original form with the friendly amendment from Member Alioto Pierre and the subsequent amendment by Director Chen to the, is it the whereas clause? Was it, or the resolve clause?
To the,
Third, was it the third whereas clause?
I think it was the third whereas clause.
As previously stated. Any further discussion on the resolution itself in its original form with the accepted amendments? Member Gupta.
I will be brief because I really do want to get to 15 so that all the folks who've stayed. Member Avalos, I hold you in great esteem. I really appreciate your partnership on a lot of the housing stuff. I am bummed that you are moving away from the affordable housing space. That is my day job, not my 9 to 5, as I like to say. The place I work houses 1 out of 100 San Franciscans and many more across the country. Perhaps this is a conversation for a beer at some other point, but I will say that this is really important. I look at this resolution as a yes and, as in it affirms the need for subsidized affordable housing as well as housing of all types. And that is absolutely critical because we know that in the Bay Area, we've had 5 jobs created and only 1 unit of housing generally created for that same thing. It is a very cool game of musical chairs where we are constantly taking away chairs from people and they're forced to move out of our wonderful Bay Area. It is at one point as a native Californian and native Bay Area person that I look at and I say, we live in a wonderful place, but I can't believe we allowed this to happen. Because who it's happening to are primarily people of color. I just sat in a meeting today about foster youth. It was about how foster youth, a lot of the time, are having to commute this tremendous distance from the point of origin in San Francisco because now they've been forced to move outside of our wonderful and our beautiful city. And if we don't build enough, we don't build on the west side, if we don't zone for more housing, we're only creating and exacerbating this problem. So I really hope that we can pass this resolution. Let good not be the enemy of perfect. Of course, we will continue to build on, and I welcome further resolutions by Member Avalos that do speak specifically to the need for more affordable housing because we have failed at building enough housing within our city. And I hope we can bring this to the California level because to me it's a travesty that the California Party, the California Democratic Party, does not have a plank in its main platform around housing. It is under economic development. It is a subset of a piece. And we know that when we look at inflation, which is the main reason Democrats have lost in our elections, 38% of that, the highest portion of inflation, is housing. And it continues to rise. So until we tackle that as San Franciscans, as California Democrats, we will not win as many elections as we should with the tremendous message that we have.
Thank you very much, Member Gupta. Any other member wishing to speak on this resolution? Sorry, I thought I saw a hand. Seeing none, can I have a motion to vote on this resolution supporting the construction of more housing in California? Moved by Alioto Pure, seconded by Gupta. Director Chen, could we have a roll call vote?
On the motion to approve, moved by Alioto Pure, this is the resolution on supporting the construction of more housing in California. Authors are Chen and San Girardi. Starting the roll call with Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. Galata. Abstain. Gupta.
Aye.
Aye. Hare.
Aye.
Aye. Ho.
Aye.
Aye. Kim.
Aye.
Aye. Lai. Oh, okay. We'll come back. Mahmood.
Aye.
Aye. Kingsbury.
Aye.
Aye. Wynn.
Abstain.
Abstain. Philhauer.
Aye.
Aye. San Girardi.
Aye.
Aye. 2. Aye. Akbar.
Aye.
Aye. Alioto Pure.
Aye.
Aye. Arce.
Aye.
Aye. Avalos.
No.
No. Kalamuchi.
Aye.
Aye. Chan.
Abstain.
Abstain. Chandler.
Yes.
Aye. Chan myself is aye. Coles.
Aye.
Aye. Ex officios. Pelosi.
Aye.
Aye. Mullen.
Aye.
Aye. Kunalakis.
Abstain.
Abstain. Ma. Aye. Cohen.
Aye.
Aye. Wiener.
Aye.
Aye. Haney.
Aye.
Aye. Stephanie. Aye. Let's see. Director Lai is not yet back. Chair Tung.
Aye.
Aye. Have all those who wish to vote voted? I'm going to mark Director Lai as absent for this vote. By a vote of 25 for aye, 1 for no, 4 for abstain, the motion carries.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Director Chen and Member San Girardi on your resolution. Moving on to the next item up for bid is resolution on closing 8th grade reading and math achievement gaps in California. This is co-authored by Member Ho and Member Kingsbury. Let's go ahead and would you like to introduce your resolution?
Sorry, Chair Tung, in the interest of time, can we just do all the co-sponsors after? for all
Yeah,
these?
And can we do the Airbnb measure now?
I think we're going to be okay. So maybe less talking. I don't want to discourage debate, obviously, but if you could keep your comments brief, then we can get through this.
Good evening, everyone. This is for the resolution closing 8th grade reading and math achievement gaps in California public schools. One thing that the Democratic Party has been dealing with since November is why people feel alienated to the party. A lot of our speakers here today address that, and education is one of these fundamental bread and butter issues that the Democratic Party stands for. We want to focus on the issues that people care about most, and education is one of them. We need better governance, and we want a better opportunities and quality of life for our Californians, and it starts at the schools. So calling for achievement in closing the gaps for Black and Brown students, and actually all students in California, is something that I feel like is a core value to the Democratic Party, and I hope to gain all of your support. Open to discussion.
Any comment by Member Kingsbury? No. Any other member wishing to speak on this resolution? Director Lai.
I just have a real. Thank you for bringing this forth. Just have a real quick friendly amendment.
Yeah.
Adding a couple phrases, since a lot of the achievement gap exists before kindergarten and early childhood. So second, whereas highlighting compounding disparities that start before kindergarten, and then in the therefore for California students from 0 to 18 in public education.
Those are terrific additions. Thank you so much.
So, accepting the amendments. Any other discussion about this resolution, members? Discussion or debate? Seeing none, do I have a motion to adopt this resolution on closing 8th grade reading and math achievement gaps in California public schools? Director Chen. So moved.
So moved.
Thank you. Second? Anyone want to second it? Second and Vice Chair Hare. All right. Let's do roll call vote. Thank you.
Roll vote. Motion by Chen to approve the resolution on closing 8th grade reading and math achievement gaps in California. Authors are Ho and Kingsbury. On the motion, Galata.
Yes.
Aye. Gupta.
Yes.
Aye. Hare.
Aye.
Aye. Ho.
Aye.
Aye. Kim.
Yes.
Aye. Lai.
Aye.
Aye. Mahmood.
Aye.
Aye. Kingsbury.
Aye.
Aye. Wynn. Abstain. Philhauer.
Aye.
Aye. San Girardi.
Aye.
Aye. 2. Aye. Akbar.
Aye.
Aye. Alioto-Pierre.
Aye.
Aye. Arce.
Aye.
Aye. Avalos.
Abstain.
Abstain. Kalamucci.
Aye.
Aye. Chan.
Abstain.
Abstain. Chandler.
Yes.
Aye. Chen. Myself. Aye. Poles. Aye. Dorsey. Aye. Ex officios, Pelosi. Aye. Mullen. Aye. Kunalakis. Abstain. Ma. Aye. Cohen. Aye. Weiner. Aye. Haney. Aye. Stephanie. Aye. Chair Tung.
Aye.
Aye. Have all those who wish to vote voted? By vote of 27 for aye, 0 for no, for abstain, the motion carries.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Member Ho. Member Ho, to your next, sorry. The next item on the agenda is resolution for continued federal support of public education at San Francisco Unified School District. Member Ho.
Thank you, Chair Tung. This is also another education resolution. This one is specific to San Francisco SFUSD. As I mentioned before, and I think we all agree that education is one of the core bread and butter issues for Democrats in this country. I want to argue for everyone in this country, but especially it has always been something that Democrats has valued extremely, especially public schools. We know that last month, our president has tried to dismantle the Department of Education. So far, I believe half of the employees have already been fired. The Department of Education is responsible for some incredibly important things that uphold our Constitution. They are enforcing civil rights laws. They track student achievement, and they supply our students with loans and grants. And then additionally, a lot of the other congressional education issues and funding all goes through the Department of Education to get funding, especially funding for disabilities and special educations for children. There's also another thing called Title I, which funds high poverty schools. And all of these things are at risk. Specifically, SFUSD receives $118 million from the federal government every year, at least they received we received $118 million in 2024. And 18 million of that goes directly to meals and nutrition services. I think we can all agree, I hope we all agree, how important it is that the Democratic Party here in San Francisco stands up to some of these things that are so critical to families across the country. In San Francisco, if any of these, if we are at risk for losing any of these services from the federal government, it is purely just an attack on these children who rely on our schools for survival and dignity and opportunity. I hope that all of my members here have reviewed the resolution, and I hope to earn your support. Open to discussion.
Thank you, Member Ho. Any members wishing to discuss or debate this resolution? Member Gupta.
So thank you, Member Vice Chair. Member Ho, for bringing
forward this resolution. I think it's really important for the Democratic Party to stand by its schools at this point, because school officials are busy doing the work, making sure that our children can get educated, that all our children can get educated, and are focused on that. It's unfortunate and tragic that our federal government does not see that that is the work of our school districts. And so the more that we can ally with our Democratic Party, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gupta. Any other member wishing to discuss? Seeing no further discussion, Director Chen, can we have a roll call vote, please?
May I have a motion?
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I missed that. I keep seeing Elio appear.
I know. I'm in your eye.
Yeah. See, Blind Side, right? Anybody read the book? See the movie Blind Side? But Member Avalos is not in my blind side this meeting. Member Alioto Pierre, you're moving to vote on this resolution, adopt this resolution. A second?
Second.
Motion by Director Chen to adopt resolution. You can restate it.
Yes. Motion by Elliot Appear to approve the resolution for continued federal support of public education at San Francisco Unified School District. Author Ho. Starting the roll, Gupta.
Aye.
Aye. Hare. Aye. Ho. Aye. Kim. Aye. Lai. Aye. Mahmood. Aye. Kingsbury. Aye. Wynn. Aye. Philhauer. Aye. Sanchirardi. Aye. Tu. Aye. Akbar. Aye. Alioto Pier. Aye. Arce. Aye. Avalos. Abstain. Calamucci. Aye. Chan. Abstain. Chandler.
Yes.
Aye. Chen is aye. Coles. Coles, we'll come back. Dorsey. Aye. Let's see. Galata. Aye. Ex officios. Pelosi. Aye. Mullen. Aye. Kunalakis. Abstain. Ma. Aye. Cohen. Aye. Wiener. Aye. Haney. Aye. Stephanie. Aye. Coles. Aye. Chair Tom.
Aye.
Aye. Have all those who wish to vote voted? Vote of 28 ayes, 0 no, 3 abstain. The motion carries.
Congratulations, Member Ho. Now, let's go to resolution, item number 15, resolution calling for accountability and budget responsibility in corporate tax disputes by Member Mar. A member Mar is absent, so he cannot present on this item. I do know that many of you have stayed very late into the night for this.
Chair. Could I introduce, since I'm a co-sponsor?
Member Chan, since you are a co-sponsor, please.
And I will keep it short. I think the motion, well, I should say, the resolution is very straightforward, simply that to call on Airbnb to drop the lawsuits against the city that is currently facing a ballooning budget deficits of $1 billion. It's calling the elected official. There's nothing personal against Mayor Lurie, but really all elected official should really be on the side of city government, asking corporate America like Airbnb to drop the lawsuits against city. In fact, it's a good faith effort in conversations that San Francisco had regarding Prop M that we all pass and support. So again, I think today's vote is very straightforward. If you vote yes in support of this resolution, you're on the side of working people and City of San Francisco. If you're voting no, you're on the side of corporate America and Airbnb. So I make the motion that we move forward to adopt this resolution. I hope to have a second and your support, colleagues. Thank you.
Member Pelosi.
Speaker Pelosi appreciates the value these companies add to the city, and with their success comes responsibility. She endorsed Proposition M for business tax reform last year that passed to benefit these companies. The city is facing a budget deficit and basic services are in jeopardy. We value our workers as a Democratic Party and their ability to work where they live and live where they work. Our budget is a statement of our values and requires everyone's participation. Speaker Pelosi will be voting yes on this resolution tonight.
Thank you very much. Member Dorsey. I
Thank
see
you.
you
So
just taking the mic without being first acknowledged by the chair, so.
So I was going to explain why I'm going to be voting for this, but I want to actually do a little bit more and make a pitch for why everybody should support this. Those of you who remember my first tenure on the DCCC may remember about a decade ago when Airbnb, which was the original ask forgiveness, not permission business model that came to San Francisco. As of today, there are roughly 9,000 active short-term rental units. This is a whole category of housing that was once for roommates and for people who were moving to San Francisco, entry-level kinds of housing that for decades San Francisco always protected for residential purposes. But during that time, we, I think, gave away the store to these short-term rentals, conflating tourism uses that are much more lucrative. I think this was bad for housing. I was in the city attorney's office at that time. There were tax disputes at that time with the transit occupancy tax. You may recall that this company had the gall to go out and say that we paid $12 million in taxes and put out bus ads telling us what we should be doing with this. What bothers me about this is that when the market closed today, the market capitalization of Airbnb was $37.5 billion. They didn't have to file this lawsuit, but they know that they have us over a barrel in a budget downturn that this is forcing our hands possibly to reach some kind of a settlement. I took the opportunity of reading their complaint and the city's answer. I think their complaint is something that I have seen before, that we're just a website. We don't really do business. And who knows, sometimes the things happen in tax litigation, but I'm not revealing any, sort of attorney-client privilege information about this. But at the end of the day, this is a company that they chose to be adverse to the city and county of San Francisco. And I don't think it's bullying Mayor Lurie. Mayor Lurie is adverse to Airbnb because of Airbnb's decision to sue the city. We're all on the same page. As the vice chair of the budget committee and working with the chair of the budget committee and Connie Chan, we want our dollars for San Franciscans, not for the people who are suing us. So I would urge everybody to support this resolution.
Okay, Vice Chair Hare.
Thank you. I want to echo everything that was said by Member Chan and Member Dorsey. And I like much of what's in the resolution. I think what's missing is a call to action from Airbnb itself. We ask a lot from the mayor and others, but there's no call for Airbnb itself to drop the lawsuit. And prior resolutions we've had about REI, union negotiations have had a call to action for companies that we don't agree with what the actions they're taking. So I would have proposed a ideally friendly amendment to include a clause about calling on Airbnb itself to drop the suit, but unfortunately, Member Mar is not here to accept or reject said amendment, so I'm not sure.
Member Chen, as co-chair, as co-sponsor. Tell us the language, happy to accept, we're happy to call on Airbnb to drop the lawsuits. That's really also the goal as well.
Right. Well, then my language would just be and calling on and urging Airbnb to drop the lawsuit.
Sounds good, accept it.
So, who else wants to speak? Member Alioto Pierre.
Oh, if you want to say something, you have the mic.
Yeah, thank you. So I really want to, I appreciate this resolution. I want to thank Member Mar. I wish he was here to speak for it, because I think this is a really important issue. Like, I'm aware of what these companies are doing. They do this in San Francisco. They do this all over the country. And small businesses, don't have that opportunity to file big ass lawsuits like Airbnb does. So I'm very much supportive of this resolution, but I have issues with it. I'm with you on the whereases, but what I heard from public comment, what I'm hearing is a resolution that is not the resolution in front of us. The resolution in front of us calls on the mayor and calls on the city government to do things about an active litigation. And I'm not hearing the condemnation, if you will, of Airbnb. I echo the comments that we heard from Vince Courtney, from Laborers Local 261 and San Francisco, who's also there representing San Francisco building trades on their concerns particularly on the first result, President Larry Mazzola from the San Francisco building trades.
We have a text from President Larry Mazzola that said he can't say that.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, we're not taking comment from the public.
I'm echoing public comments that we heard. So I share those concerns. I do wish, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater in this, because I think this is a really important issue. I think Supervisor Member Dorsey has spoken very eloquently to why this is such an important issue to the city. I wish Member Mar was here to have these discussions, and I wish we could find a way, because I think everybody in this room would say like, yeah, we should be condemning Airbnb and Airbnb should be paying their taxes. But that resolution is not the one in front of us. So I would think, and I would support, and I would make a motion that we actually continue this item until our next meeting. In the interim, we can get with the author of the resolution as well as anybody else who is concerned about this issue. So I have a motion to continue this item.
So we have a motion from Vice Chair Calamucci to continue this. I will say that we are at 10:58 to continue
You
this
said we would have enough
resolution,
time to
to
debate
have a
this
discussion.
thoroughly tonight.
We would like to, I think that's the point, is that we would like to debate
You
this
guys
more
are-
fully.
You said you respect working people, and we've been sitting here all night,
I
and you said
thank you
that
for the
would
members
be
of the
able to vote
public.
on the motion.
So the motion,
out of
the
respect.
motion from Vice Chair Calamucci, who is the chair of our labor committee and a member of labor organization himself, is to continue this discussion on this resolution until the May meeting, where in the interim, we will be able to discuss the language more precisely, so that it is inclusive of all of labor's comments. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by, I'm sorry, by Member Chandler. Any discussion on this?
So let's just get this,
I'm sorry, like, there should be order. The chair will recognize a member who would like to speak on discussion for the motion to continue. Motion to continue. Is there any discussion on the motion to continue?
I would like to have my hand up.
Yes, thank you. Member Alvarez, the chair recognizes you.
I didn't have to say pretty please. This resolution cannot be continued because it has to be voted on tonight. It'll be irrelevant later in May next month, a month from now. We have to actually have this settled. It'd be important for the Democratic Party to align with our labor allies on this measure so that we can have a strong statement indicating to the city that we need to fight for every dollar that will help to balance this budget.
Recognizing the proxy for Member Ma.
I just want to make a correction that the building trades do stand behind this resolution.
Thank you. Recognizing Member Alioto Pier.
Thank you, Chair. It's my understanding that the building trades also supports the resolution. And it's my understanding that the one thing that the friendly amendment that they'd like is simply that Mayor Daniel Lurie's name is taken out so that therefore be it resolved that the San Francisco Democratic Central Committee calls on the mayor to publicly oppose Airbnb and other corporate lawsuits. But other than that, my understanding is that the building trades is in alignment with this.
I mean, that amendment has not been made. Is there any other discussion? Member Galata.
Thank you, Chair Tung. I oppose the continuation of this item. I think what is more there to discuss or to debate on this in terms of the language? I just think this should be voted on tonight. It was duly noticed. The community, the public, our labor community is here, has waited here. I mean, if the move was to continue this, we should have moved the item up earlier and respected people's time. Like, to me, this is disrespectful at this point. To not have an up or down vote. That is what we are here to do. Let's call I will be opposing the motion. I want to vote on the resolution as proposed tonight. And I think that's what we should be doing here.
Thank you, Member Galata. Member Chan.
I'm sorry, I thought I did make the motion to approve and he seconded, so how?
I did not recognize that. I did not hear or recognize the motion by Member Galata to take, and this is.
I make the motion at the end of my remark, and it was second by Member Galata. So just because you didn't hear it, I'm not too sure that this is the probably by far, and if I may, and I speak as an elected member on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, I have enough Like this is probably the least democratic process that I've ever experienced. And I've been in city government for 20 something years. And as a legislative aide and all through and through, I'm sorry, if this is gonna continue to go on and if we do not vote on this, I am not too sure if I can continue to stay as an elected member of the San Francisco DCCC. This is not how any club or let alone an elected body should run by ignoring members and refuse to recognize and allow them. You may time them and limit their time for remark, but to simply ignore any member and refuse to recognize them or to refuse to recognize my motion that was clearly made at the end of my remark and second by member Collada and simply to just override it because someone else that you agree with that is the motion that you personally prefer is unprofessional and undemocratic.
Okay, I would like to have some order. I'd like to have some order in this room. By all means, if you disagree with the chair's ruling, then you may appeal it to the parliamentarian. However, Member Chan, I did hear your motion, and then we went straight to a comment by Member Pelosi, followed by a comment by Member Dorsey. The question was never called. I did not acknowledge a second. I always acknowledge a second, and if I didn't hear it, or if it wasn't made, and I didn't hear anybody else over there say that there was a second. We went straight to Member Pelosi and then straight to Member Dorsey. And then we had continued discussion until there was a superseding motion that was made by Vice Chair Calamucci.
Chair.
My ruling on this is that we take the superseding motion on the motion to continue. If you want to vote no, you are welcome to vote no.
Sure, point of order.
Just
In either scenario per chapter 6, section 5 of Robert's Rules of Order, a motion, even if there was a main motion to continue that was seconded, a motion to continue then takes precedent over that. So we would first vote on the motion to continue, and then if that were to pass, it would be continued. If it were to fail, we would then vote on the main motion.
Thank you. Thank you to our parliamentarian for saying that. So the motion on the floor is currently Vice Chair Calamucci's motion to continue. Let's have a roll call vote.
Did you get a second?
Was there a second?
Oh, it was Chandler.
Chandler seconded.
The motion is, it's moved by Calamucci to continue the resolution and Member Chan's motion to approve to the next meeting. Is that correct? Chair Tong?
Yes.
To move, to continue this item and the motion on the floor to the next meeting on May 28th. The resolution is calling for accountability and budget responsibility in corporate tax disputes, authored by Mar. Calling the vote on the motion to continue, starting with Hare.
Sorry, wait, point of information, was the original motion acknowledged or not? Was the motion made by Member Chan acknowledged?
I'm sorry, I'm going to follow the chair's ruling and I was confused. I'm going to follow the chair's ruling. So this is to continue the item.
Yes, this is the motion to continue the item. And we have exceeded our time allotted in this space. So please, we are going to do this now.
Starting with Hare.
Aye.
Aye. Ho.
Aye.
Aye. Kim.
No.
No. Lai.
No.
No. Mahmood.
Abstain.
Abstain. Kingsbury. Pass. Win.
Hell no.
No. Philhauer.
Aye.
Aye. Sanjurardi.
Aye.
Aye. 2.
Abstain.
Abstain. Akbar.
No.
No. Alioto Pier.
No.
No. Arce.
Pass.
Pass. Avalos.
No.
No. Calamucci.
Aye.
Aye. Chan.
No.
No. Chandler.
Yes.
Aye. Chen, myself, aye. Coles. Abstain. Dorsey. No. Galata.
No.
No. Gupta.
No.
No. Ex officios. Pelosi.
No.
No. Mullen.
No.
No. Kunalakis. Abstain. Ma.
No.
No. Cohen.
No.
No. Weiner. Abstain. Haney. Abstain. Stephanie. Abstain. Going back to passes. Kingsbury.
Yes.
Aye. Arce.
Yes.
Aye. Chair Tom.
Yes.
Aye. Have all those who wish to vote voted? Let's see. The vote is 10 for aye, 14 for no, 7 abstain. The motion fails.
All right. So returning to the original motion. Member Alioto Pier.
Member Chan, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to simply remove the mayor's name, Daniel Lurie, and add calls on the mayor to publicly oppose Airbnbs. So it's a little bit of semantics, but I'm sorry.
Instead of his name.
Instead of his name, it would say the DCCC calls on the mayor to publicly oppose Airbnbs and other corporate lawsuits.
Sure.
It was brought up by Mr.
said
Fortin in
sure.
his public comment.
We ain't gotta do all that. She
All right,
said
great, thank
sure.
you.
Good with it.
So, Member Chan, I would offer a friendly amendment to remove calls on Mayor Daniel or on Mayor. Or so that it reads, therefore be it resolved that the San Francisco Democratic County Central Committee publicly opposes Airbnbs and other corporations lawsuits. I'm sorry, this is my amendment.
Sorry, I
I
thought you meant.
reject your amendment. You should call on the mayor. It's not friendly. Like, the mayor, just like any other elected official, we're part of it. Like,
Microphone, please. Microphone.
I reject. I mean, I can understand removing the specific name and just be the title of mayor of San Francisco, just like because the resolve clause also included the board of supervisors and other elected. There's no reason to just, I don't understand what is it so precious about Mayor Lurie, like that he cannot be called on to do something that we as a party would like him to do. Like, I do not understand the reason behind that he should be removed. If we're calling on all elected official, isn't he one? In fact, he is the one at this moment. And so I don't hear Mayor Lurie himself being here objecting to this clause. And so I do not understand. Could you elaborate exactly why?
Sure, Member Chan, because I actually think that corporations should be accountable for the taxes they owe, that we should be making sure that everybody pays their fair share to support the city and the workers in the city. However, I don't believe that this is directed at the correct party. I think it should be directed towards corporations. I don't think it should. Let me finish. I don't think that it should be directed to the mayor. This is pending litigation. I also don't think that it should be directed to the members of the Board of Supervisors, the city attorney, the control, because this is a pending litigation matter that is already before a court. And the Board of Supervisors approves settlements time and time again at every single meeting, including a $49 million.
Then let me actually tell you, as a member of the Board of Supervisors,
I'm sorry, you're out of order, Member Chan. I get to finish too. I get to finish what I get to say. That is how we do it in court, and that is how we respect each other as individuals. So I am talking right now. And so I know that the Board of Supervisors approves lawsuits, settlements and lawsuits, and there was a $49 million tax lawsuit very similar to this one in Airbnb that the Board of Supervisors approved the settlement, another $1.5 or $1.9 million for Stripe that was approved in terms of tax settlements. And so let's be honest here. Let's be real about what is happening. Why is it Airbnb and not Coinbase or Stripe that is the target of this? And why did you approve the settlement if you felt so strongly about supporting working people and $49 million in a settlement that is a giveaway back to businesses?
Is that a question for me? Then I'm gonna answer it as a member of the board supervisor and your budget chair. And I can tell you this, that I'm not gonna disclose a settlement information that is actually privileged and provided by the city attorney. But I can tell you this, all those approved settlements were actually before the voters approved Prop M. And now that we have approved Prop M, and yet Airbnb still continue with this lawsuit. But let me also just be clear, if you don't want to vote for this, you don't have to. It's very simple. Go ahead, but I'm making the motion to let's actually vote on this, and I'm rejecting you striking out Mayor Lurie, or just I should say Mayor. I'm accepting the friendly amendment to striking out the name Lurie and just simply accepting Mayor. In fact, I also had accepted Vice Chair Hare's amendment, which is then to also include calling out Airbnb. So that is to an extent that we can accept in this resolution. So if you want to vote no and be with Airbnb and be with corporate America, please go ahead. I am not here to stop you, Chair Dunn.
Second.
Just vote on it.
Call the question.
Let's be pragmatic.
Can I just clarify the motion? Is it, because it is,
I do have, there is a point of clarification that Member Ho is making.
Okay.
That Member Chan is not the author of the resolution, so she cannot accept friendly amendments, but we can vote on it. We can vote on it. So may I have a motion to accept, a motion to amend the resolution?
could I propose that the motion read that the San Francisco Democratic County Central Committee calls on Airbnb to drop its lawsuit and the mayor to publicly oppose. That way it gets everything.
To publicly oppose.
The law, Airbnbs and other. So basically we would add the part that we're calling on Airbnb to drop its litigation and calls on the mayor, taking out Daniel Lurie, to publicly oppose, and then the rest.
Because then the mayor is, we can urge them to drop the lawsuit, but the lawsuit is pending. So how is it-
No, Airbnb, we could call on Airbnb to drop the lawsuit. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So that way we
What are
can
gonna
get
call on the mayor
to publicly oppose.
to do?
That's in the existing language.
To oppose the lawsuit.
Yeah.
So what is the difference?
It just
adds Just saying that we basically have to do a motion and vote on it now because you can't make the friendly amendment because you're not the author. So I think that's what's up.
Right, but are we making the motion to accept the amendments from, because we're already, I thought, what is the motion? I thought that we were already, so how are you?
Allow me to try to restate the motion. So the motion would be to amend the therefore be it resolved clause to state that the San Francisco Democratic County Central Committee calls on Airbnb to drop its lawsuit and for the mayor to publicly oppose Airbnb and other corporations' lawsuit against the city's business taxes, et cetera, et cetera. Is that correct, Member Dorsey?
Yeah.
Would you like to make that motion?
I'd like to make that motion.
Motion to amend, seconded by Member Galata. Any discussion regarding this amendment? This is the motion on the floor is an amendment to this, as I just stated, and that Member Dorsey is moving, that is seconded by Member Galata. If there's no further discussion, can we have a roll call vote?
This is such a travesty.
You are out of order, member Avalos.
I know I'm out of order. We're all out of order.
But we are out of time.
Apologies while I get set up. Okay, so this is a motion to amend by member Dorsey on the resolution. The text of the resolution in the be it resolved clause will read that the San Francisco Democratic County Central Committee calls on Airbnb to drop its lawsuit and for the mayor to publicly oppose Airbnb and other corporations' lawsuits against the city's business taxes, etc. On the motion, starting with member Ho. Pass. Kim. Pass. Lai.
Yes.
Aye. Mahmood.
Abstain.
Abstain. Kingsbury.
Pass.
Pass. Win.
Yes.
Aye. Philhauer.
Pass.
Pass. Sanjarardi.
Pass.
Pass. 2.
Yes.
Aye. Akbar.
Yes.
Aye. Aliotopir.
Aye.
Aye. Arce.
Pass.
Pass. Avalos.
Aye.
Aye. Kalamuchi.
Aye.
Aye. Chan.
Aye.
Aye. Chandler.
Aye.
Aye. Let's see. Chen, myself. Aye. Coles.
Aye.
Aye. Dorsey.
Aye.
Aye. Galata.
Aye.
Aye. Gupta.
Yes.
Aye. Hare.
Aye.
Aye. Ho.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, sorry. Ex officios, Pelosi. Aye. Mullen.
Aye.
Aye. Kunalakis.
Yes.
Aye. Ma.
Yes.
Aye. Cohen.
Aye.
Aye. Wiener.
Abstain.
Abstain. Haney.
Abstain.
Abstain. Stephanie. Abstain. Going back. Kim. Aye. Kingsbury.
Aye.
Aye. Philhauer.
Aye.
Aye. Sanjarardi.
Aye.
Aye. Arce.
Aye.
Aye. Chair Tom.
Aye.
Aye. My vote, 27 ayes, 0 no, 4 abstain. The motion carries and the amendment is in force.
Can I make a motion to adopt the resolution as amended?
Seconded.
Chair recognizes member Dorsey and his motion to adopt the resolution as amended, seconded by Vice Chair Hare. Any discussion? I'm seeing that. We can have a roll call.
You said the motion. It's a motion to amend.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution calling for accountability and budget responsibility in corporate tax disputes. The motion was moved by Dorsey. The resolution is authored by Marr. Apologies. Calling the roll, starting with Kim. Pass. Lai.
Aye.
Aye. Mahmood.
Abstain.
Abstain. Kingsbury.
Aye.
Aye. Win.
Aye.
Aye. Philhauer.
Aye.
Aye. Sanjarardi.
Aye.
Aye. 2.
Pass.
Pass. Akbar.
Aye.
Aye. Aliotopir.
Aye.
Aye. Arce.
Pass.
Pass. Avalos.
Aye.
Aye. Kalamuchi.
Aye.
Aye. Chan.
Aye.
Aye. Chandler.
Aye.
Aye. Chan myself. Pass. Coles. Aye. Dorsey.
Aye.
Aye. Ex officios. Pelosi. Aye. Mullen.
Aye.
Aye. Kunalakis.
Aye.
Aye. Ma. Aye. Cohen.
Aye.
Aye. Wiener.
Aye.
Aye. Haney.
Aye.
Aye. Stephanie. Aye. Let's see. Oh, sorry. Galata. I, Gupta.
Yes.
I, Hare. I, Ho. I, going back to passes, Kim. I. 2. I, Arce. I. Chen is I. Chair Tom. Aye. By vote of 30 for aye, 0 for no, 1 for abstain, the motion carries.
We are moving on to new business. Is there any new business? Any new business, members? Seeing none, we are moving on to adjournment. Are there any in memoriams or celebrations that people would like to adjourn? I'd like to adjourn the celebration of Fat Horse Union Dog, his puppy, who made a visit here with us. Anything else? All right, thank you, everyone. This meeting's adjourned.